Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the meeting to order. Mayor Roscoe.
Present.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember London.
Here.
Councilmember McCormick. Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Sardinas is not with us this evening. Councilmember Vasquez.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, we do have a quorum. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Get your mouth and lead us in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And with us this evening is Rabbi Avramo Caroline. An invocation. Thank you.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, esteemed members of the Council, we gather together this evening in prayer at a time when our prayers are especially needed. God created this world containing both good and evil and placed human beings in a struggle between the two. As it is written in the Torah, I have set before you today life and good and death and evil. And we were each given freedom to choose between light and darkness, between good and evil. And we are enjoined, you shall choose life, so that you and your offspring will live. We were entrusted with free choice, and we are begged to choose wisely. In recent weeks, the world saw the face of evil. On October 7th, we saw what happens when human beings choose evil, choose death, choose violence and hatred. We felt and we still feel the tremendous pain of the families who were torn apart as innocent men, women, and children were brutally attacked, murdered, and kidnapped by their fellow humans, by people who were also born innocent, but had been consumed with an ideology of vicious hatred and death. But we also saw so many choose goodness and life. We saw the face of unity and courage as strangers came together to help, to protect, and to show support. And we saw all across the world, as well as right here in the community of Key Biscayne, people of all walks of life demonstrating their love and kindness, their support for the Jewish people during these trying times. As we approach the holiday of Hanukkah, the flames of the menorah share a powerful and uplifting message that although at times the world may seem to be full of darkness, we each have the ability to light a candle of hope and warmth to illuminate the darkness. Light is always victorious because in the presence of light, darkness has no place. When light shines, the darkness melts away. With this in mind, please join me as we direct our minds and hearts in prayer to the Almighty God and pray for a better today and a brighter tomorrow. Almighty God, we pray to you today for the protection and freedom of the people in Israel, and especially the hundreds that are being held hostage. May they each return home safely. Almighty God, we pray for the well-being and success of the brave men and women who courageously seek to dismantle terror and bring safety to their land and their people. Almighty God, we pray that our community in Key Biscayne be blessed to be a community of peace, of light, of blessing, and of life. May we succeed to create locally that which we pray for globally, a society of mutual respect and care where we live together in love and harmony. And Almighty God, we pray for a time when the entire world will know only peace, when the world will be, in the words of the prophet Isaiah's hope and promise, a world where nation shall not lift a sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore, because the earth will be filled with the awareness of the Almighty as the waters cover the sea. And let us say amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you so much, Rabbi.
Next item, Mr. Mayor's brief comments by council.
Just a quick shout out. Our fire service completed 30 years of service as community, so it was a good time.
We were talking yesterday, just informational note at the Regional Planning Council about the possibility and desirability of holding the holiday party here on Key Biscayne. So that's plans in the offing. We'll let you know as things progress.
Thank you. All right. Yes, brief comments?
Yeah, just a general announcement that the early giving for Give Miami Day has started.
There's lots of organizations that do a lot of really good work in our community here in Key Biscayne and also throughout the general region. I highly advise people to, or recommend that people look and see what strikes your fancy and who you want to give some money to. But it's a good time to do it.
Thank you. All right, we can move to public comments. Try to be brief and succinct. So, first public comment, Julio Diaz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Julio Diaz, 201 Crandon Boulevard. We're not talking kite surfing now. I'm here to put my nickel's worth on topics of climate change, sea level rising, and everything that goes with it. I better get my glasses. I don't know how to read this. As I was doing this last night, I asked myself, just for curiosity, how much water do we need for the sea level to rise 1 foot? And the number I came up with is 29 quadrillion gallons of water. That's a quadrillion is 10 to the 15 power. It's 15 zeros, one after the other. Lots of water. And I assume that has to come from Antarctica. It's the only source that I can think of. But anyway, let's move on to climate change. Nowadays, when we talk about climate change, really is synonymous to global warming. As far as I know, the most prominent organization studying climate change is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that was established in 1988 by the United Nations. The mission of this panel is to gather experts from different fields to try to provide answers to the core questions of climate change, climate science to be precise. That is, how humans have influenced the climate and how does the climate respond to human and natural influences. The work is very comprehensive, and one of the things that they have done is to create, the scientists at the IPCC, is to create mathematical models that attempt to guide, simulate how does the climate respond to human and natural influences. They run this model and these computer models, and then they're able to predict in their own mind what the Earth's temperature is going to be 10, 20, 30 years from now. Now, in 2021, Stephen Koonin published this book. The name of the book is Unsettled: What Climate Science Tells Us, What It Doesn't, and Why It Matters. Dr. Koonin, honestly, has more honorifics than I can mention in my 3 minutes. If I do that, I'm out of here. So take my word for it. He's extremely qualified in the area of climate science. As the title suggests, Unsettled, Dr. Koonin is not convinced that we have the tools to accurately forecast future climate behavior. What is more, in the book, what is more, he points out the models used to predict the future are not able to accurately describe the climate of the past. So how can you predict the past, the future, when your models are not accurate to the point to simulate, to duplicate what has happened in years past? I'm going to quote here a gentleman called William Hogan, professor of global energy policy at the Harvard Kennedy School.
Julio, you got to come to a landing here real quick.
Well,
Here.
I have, what do I have left?
Your 3 minutes are done.
Oh, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
Can I give you mine?
No. Can you wrap it up real quick?
Well, okay, this gentleman says, I was going to tell you what his quote, but referring to the climate science, he concludes that we have a wicked problem in trying to estimate what is in the future. A wicked problem that requires a pragmatic balance balance of costs and benefits. And I think this is applicable to what we're trying to do here.
Okay.
I have more, but I guess I won't be
We,
able
we,
to.
we can deal with that on another basis.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your comments.
There's more here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gregory Patrick.
Hello, my name is Greg Patrick. I live in 251 Crandon Boulevard, which is in Key Colony. This is my family's third year living in Key Biscayne. So far, we love it. We moved from a small town in upstate New York, and one of the things that I really love about living here so far is a sense of community. And from my experience, there's one place in particular where I feel that the most, and that is Saturday mornings at the farmer's market at Agua Miel. A lot of the friends that I've made and gotten to know, and my son, his friends and who he's gotten to become better friends with, we've made at hanging out at Agua Miel. So I'm excited that they have a chance to continue to build the community in the community center as a vendor. And thank you guys for considering them. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Andy Herrera.
Andy Herrera, 250 Fernwood Road. Good evening, council, village mayor, and village attorney. I'm here tonight to advocate for most of the village parents that they are involved with the Key Biscayne soccer program. Our families are extremely happy with the program. The performance and the achievement of the Key Biscayne Soccer Club is amazing, ranking #1. We're traveling all over South Florida and then kicking asses like that. We are performing in every single level, the best, and competing between each other at the end of every single competition. Now we are facing a tough situation. For the first time in history of Key Biscayne, the program has been threatened with the downgrading of the program from contractors to
Mr. Herrera,
to 3 years, from
Mr.
3
Herrera?
years to 3 years.
Can you face this way? Thank you.
They are the #1, the electorate, they're the power. We are subordinated to them. You are subordinated to them. They deserve respect. So
We deserve self-respect,
and they too.
sir.
And they too.
So,
So
thank
I
you.
am the one. So from 3 years, you guys are trying to downgrade the quality of contractor to 3 years. It's a new committee. You guys are creating for the first time in history of Key Biscayne a new committee, which is replacing the Village Athletic Commission board, which have years of experience selecting the right quality of providers. To me, this is not right. There are 36 teams, dads and moms, that they travel, they support, they interact with the coaches, they interact with the administration of the club. And they are really happy, extremely happy with the performance. So what we are trying to appoint now, you guys are giving the authority to the village manager to create a committee. And that committee
Your time is up.
is 16, I get 18 seconds more. So
10 seconds more.
So the majority of the parents here and in our village are with the club, and we support the club, and we are against anything that you guys trying to conspire about having a great vendor in our village.
Okay.
This is unacceptable, and as a parents and as a community, we need to defend what is right for our children. Those are our children's dreams, and they need to be
Thank you
respected.
for your comments.
And that's why I ran for village council.
Thank you for your
To have
comments.
and to
You,
respect and to okay for our children.
Okay.
That's why I'm here. I'm really proud of that.
thank you. Next speaker, Eduardo von Simmons.
Good evening. Eduardo Von Simpson, 101 Ocean Lane Drive, apartment 2012. I'm here to advocate for the Key Biscayne soccer program. I've been using it for almost 28 years now. I have some questions regarding the change of policy regarding the abolishment of the Village Athletic Advisory Board and choosing something different. Lowering the expectations of the RFP contestants, lowering from 3 to 2, when usually when you want excellence, you increase it from 3 to 5, for example, because you want experience. The current program has been proven to be very, very successful. Many residents from Key Biscayne are already playing for Major League Soccer. And I think that's a tribute to the program, the coaching, the quality of the program, the happiness of the families. And so I don't understand why they want to like change the rules of the game all of a sudden without communicating them fairly or transparently. As a parent, every year of those 20-something years, or whenever Todd started sending those surveys, we filled out surveys regarding the success of the program or not. But we haven't gotten any feedback back for almost like 15 years. So I don't know where that information is, because it is, you have it. I don't know if it's used for the decision-making process, the vouching or vetting of the people that are proposing to take over the program. So I don't know really what's going on. Unfortunately, the person that's promoting this change is not here today to give answers, but it sheds a cloud of doubt, a veil of doubt for someone who's been living here for 30 years and always seeing the same people just switching chairs. So I don't know if there's like some favors behind it or rumorville regarding who the people behind this, but it's strikingly odd. As a resident for almost 30 plus years, seeing this happening today, sponsoring this particular RFP when the village, I suppose, has, I don't know how many contracts up for scrutiny, but picking this one, the most successful one, I don't know, I'll leave it up to you to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Morgan Granier.
Hi there. I'm new to this. Morgan Grenier. I live at 22 Grand Bay Estates Circle, and I'm here to support more than just a business. I am here to celebrate the creation of a vibrant community. Agua Miel has woven threads of connection, turning transactions into relationships and customers into neighbors. Together, Abby and David built not just a brand, but a shared space where ideas flourish, support abounds, and success is a collective journey. Abby and David don't just sell products, they cultivate a thriving community where each member plays a vital role in the tapestry of their shared success. This is why I am in support of Agua Miel at the Key Biscayne Community Center. Thank you.
Monica Ordóñez.
Good evening, council members. My name is Monica Ordóñez, 141 Crandon Boulevard, apartment 234. This is the second time that I've been up here speaking to you guys about the soccer club. I'm a mother of 2 boys. They are currently 15 and 13. We have been part of the club for more than 10 years. I've seen them play from Pee-wee, intramural, travel, and each team they have played has been such an important part of their life here in the Key. It really has given our kids a sense of belonging, which to us is priceless. The Key Biscayne Soccer Club is our home team. It is the team the village kids root for and wants to be a part of. I invite you all to come to a weekend game in the village green and see how even kids that are not playing are there just rooting on their friends. This really is our home team. It's what represents us. My youngest son currently plays for the U14 elite team. This team is currently ranked #1 in the US in the club level, Canada, and Florida. Last year we competed in 8 tournaments. We've traveled to just name a few places: Houston, Spain, This year, we will be competing in the National League Pro, which will be starting the first weekend in December. We're hoping from there we go to California and eventually to nationals. For our kids, this is a very important thing. We really hope our son will play for the Key Biscayne Soccer Club until he leaves for college. We need the club to continue as a constant. Changing the club management right now would hinder their process and development. We know the club is not perfect, but nothing is. K-8's not perfect, math's not perfect, but there are schools and we love them and we support them, and that's what we have here. And we know, and I think there has to be merit given to the club, which has grown so much in the last few years. And really, they have been open to advice from the parents. Is there stuff that maybe we could work together? Sure. But changing management right now and leaving these kids, let's say my son who's starting high school next year, with a different path would be very, very sad. More than anything, I think the club has improved, but not just in soccer, but for us, really, it's our family. And I think ultimately that's what the Key represents, a village, not just in soccer, but in all these different things. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Bryce Regueturo.
Dear council members, my name is Bryce Regueturo. I live in the towers of Key Biscayne, Unit D508. And I'm here to support Aguamiel in becoming the new concession stand in the community center. I'm very happy for the Island Community Center to have a healthier food alternative and great coffee. So it's short, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much. Lucas Jaramillo.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here as well to abide.
Excuse
for
me, your
the
name and address.
Lucas Jaramillo, 341 Island Drive. I've been living in the Key for the past 7.5 years. I have a son who's been playing soccer since Pee Wee. This is the second time I've been here. The last time I was here, I was actually bidding for the soccer program. So it's kind of strange to be here, siding with my rivals. I think when I came here and I bid, I came in second, like 3 years ago. I thought I was gonna win, to be honest. I thought I had everything to win. And some of the board members off the record after came up to me and they told me, your presentation was amazing, but it scared us a lot to give a chance to someone new. And at the beginning, it really frustrated me. But as I'm here and I come to think of it, and as the years, have gone by, I totally understood that comment, because I think the program has come a long way. I think there's still a lot of room for improvement, but I think they're on a very good path. There's a great, there's huge difficulties on the Key. The space is very difficult to, it's such an amazing sport, and it's like 1,000 kids wanting to play the sport on such a, and that's basically where we should concentrate, how to find more fields, how to get more space. And I have a minute and a half, and now that I'm here, I'd like to try to understand. Everybody talks about what happened on the tennis, and nobody can use the tennis and the other fields in Crandon. And for me, it's like, I'm just gonna say ridiculous that something as amazing as that can't be used for the community and for our kids. I just really don't understand. If we could hire the best lawyer and find a way to use it, because it's like every year after year after year. Anyways, Marcelo, whom I never talked to before, and I was a constant critique of, because I come from the sport industry. This is what I do as a living. I'm a manager for professional soccer players. I own a second division team back in Colombia. I have a 1,500 kids academy there. So, I mean, I think I know what I'm talking about. And I think bringing someone new is a great, I'm not going to say mistake, because I don't know who's going to stand up here and maybe it's I don't know, the best in the world. But what I want to say, you guys got to be very careful with the rules, careful what you choose, because the improvement is there. And Marcelo has opened the door for me, and I'm sitting down with Jimmy, with him. I'm trying to help them. No interest whatsoever, just as a parent that cares for the community and that cares for the improvement. I think there's, like I said, room for improvement. They've improved a lot in the past year, and I think more changes are coming. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Paulo Torres.
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for having me. Pablo Torres, 1111 Crandon Boulevard, Apartment C, 602. Mr. Mayor, Council, I understand as human beings, we have a moral obligation to help displaced and homeless individuals. But unfortunately, some people you can't just help. As a resident, I am concerned as far as the path we are heading with line item 8C that's on tonight's agenda. Without knowing all the details of line item 8C, I have some questions for the mayor and this council that hopefully you'll be able to answer.
Very well.
Those questions are the following. Is the Village of Key Biscayne going to be providing temporary housing for these individuals? Where are they going to be housed? Since the price of real estate in Key Biscayne is expensive, who is going to do the vetting process, and what is their professional qualifications and experience? Will this program to house displaced individuals or homeless require the changing of zoning laws? Your answers to some of these questions will be greatly appreciated, and I look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Gustavo Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Council. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Gustavo Martinez, 360 Ocean Drive, Unit 1206. It's my first time here, so thank you for the time as well. I've been living in the Key for the last 8 years. I have 2 sons. The second one decided to be a soccer player. When we first arrived here, he took the decision to play in some teams that are outside of the Key. And we were in that dynamic for almost 4 or 5 years. Then, due to logistics, we took the decision to bring him home and play with the Key Biscayne team. So what I'm telling you, I would say that is with information of having played already, my son and ourselves being involved with 4 teams, 1 here in the Key, another 3 that are located in Coral Gables and Pinecrest. And what I can definitely say is that the professionalism of the coaches and management, the support to players, the communication with parents, and the understanding of the community that they have is unique. The situation in other teams is not like this one. And I know by a fact that we are the envy of many of these teams. So, and most importantly, I think that the value that they bring to our kids is without a doubt, the best in class, okay? So I just wanted to bring that perspective from being in other teams and now valuing what we have here. Hopefully it will continue in the near future.
Thank you
very much.
Louisa Conway.
Good evening, Council. Louisa Conway, 151 Crandon Boulevard. I wanted to talk to you about item, same thing that was already discussed, item 8C that's on the consent agenda. I was just going to ask that we really rethink this before we go ahead and approve it. I appreciate Colleen's work on getting us grants. But there are some grants that maybe don't work for our community. We need to think about the impact of this particular grant on our community. And I'd also like to ask council to think about other communities that have already done the community block grant. They hold workshops, they speak to their residents to see if this is something that will work within their community. You can look at Osceola, Lake, Orlando, and I'd like to see us do that here. On that same note, I would also like to ask council to please consider setting up a Rickenbacker task force, committee, whatever you want to do, but include us, the people of Key Biscayne. That's our road too. I understand you have Jeremy as your point person, but we need to have input from the community. This past weekend, it was a disaster. We were told that we were going to be prioritized in that event and the traffic. We sat in that traffic for hours. And it's not fair for the county to say, Key Biscayne, stay home. You know, we're having an event on Virginia Key. That's not fair to us. We're paying that county over $40 million in taxes, and we deserve more respect. We need to be prioritized. Local traffic needs to be prioritized. And I'm not just speaking for us, speaking for the people that also use the beach. They're locals too. And we were all sitting in that. No one cared about the locals. That beach, those beaches are also for the people of Miami. So I'm asking our council, please put us first. This is the frustration that I have specifically with the way we are governed. So I'm asking that we put our own people, our residents first. And to the manager, I'm not even sure how you could recommend low-income housing grants for our village. I ask if you would want that in Coral Gables, where you live, because we don't want that here. It's not going to work for our community. So please, I beseech you to please think about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Santiago Vanegas.
Good night, Santiago Vanegas, 599 Glenwich. I do not have enough information what I'm going to comment, but I have a girl in the program, and I think that there is a room definitely for improvement. I think that the boys has priority than girls here. I don't see results on girls team improvement, and I don't know if it's a possibility to analyze. Do not have the period of 4 years that takes so long, so maybe reduce the period to push pressure in the team of the program that is actual to see if they improve. If we approve another year, 2 years, so we could have something in our hand to put pressure to improvement. I would like to see results on girls as we are and as they are showing in boys.
Thank you so much. Okay.
The next item is the agenda. Approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Okay. Ms. McCormick.
I would like to pull 8C off of consent for discussion.
Okay.
We don't have anything here on soccer, do we?
No, we're
But I'm about to
I
add
just
that.
wanted to make sure.
I'd like
on
to add
soccer
a
here,
council
but-
discussion
Sure.
item about the RFP process for soccer, just a
Okay.
little information dissemination.
And under discussion item something that we've been working on all weekend is we can talk about the Country Music Festival for Saturday and Sunday. I would add that. Any other additions or deletions? Madam Clerk?
So I'd like to put 8E and 8F of the consent agenda.
Say again, Ed?
8E and 8F on the consent agenda.
Okay.
E is an egg.
Egg.
E is in, and F is in Frank.
Thank you.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a special presentation, a presentation of a proclamation in recognition of the Richard L. Cromartie American Legion Post 374 Key Biscayne.
Mr. Managers, do we have someone here? Do we have somebody here from the American Legion?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. So this last Friday we had the presentation and the Village Green in response to taking care of our veterans and to having them be a very important part of this community. And so I also wanted them here tonight because the veterans are very important to what we do. And so I'm going to read the proclamation for the American Legion. Whereas the American Legion was chartered by Congress as a wartime veterans organization based on the 4 pillars of care for veterans affairs and rehabilitation, for national security, Americanism, children, and youth. Where the members of the American Legion are dedicated to upholding the ideals of freedom and democracy while working to make a difference in the lives of fellow Americans. Whereas the American Legion has become a preeminent community service organization, working a variety of programs to make a difference in hundreds of thousands of lives each year. And whereas on July 25th, 1996, Richard Cromartie mailed a letter to 25 veterans starting enthusiastically to support and form an American Legion post and auxiliary on Key Biscayne. And later that year, the first of several organizational meetings were held. And whereas from January 1997 to November 26, 1997, Key Biscayne American Legion's numbers grew to 111 members. And whereas the Village of Key Biscayne supports its local legion, the Richard L. Cromartie American Legion Post 374 of Key Biscayne, and recognizes the invaluable contributions made by the Legion and the American Legions across the country. Now, therefore, I, Joe I. Rasco, Mayor of the Village of Key Biscayne, do hereby issue this proclamation of recognition to the Richard L. Cromartie American Legion Post 374 in recognition of his dedication to serving our country's brave veterans who have so honorably served our nation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
On behalf of American Legion Post, Richard L. Cromartie Post 374 of Key Biscayne, we're very appreciative of this recognition and this honor. And we're very appreciative mostly for what the village does for veterans, particularly for facilitating our Memorial Day and Veteran Day ceremony. It's very important to us. So thank you, councilmen and women, Mr. Mayor, and the Village of Key Biscayne. Thank you.
Is there nobody from the...
She's here. She's here.
2 is we want to recognize the American Legion Auxiliary, and they are dedicated to upholding the freedoms of democracy. Whereas the American Legion Auxiliary is one of the nation's most prominent supporters of veterans, military, and their families, helping to draft the GI Bill in 1944 and advocate for veterans on Capitol Hill. And whereas the American Legion Auxiliary is responsible for various programs, including Girls State, Girls Nation, the Veterans Affairs and Rehabilitation Program, the Poppy Program, that connects the image of the poppy with the sacrifice of the men and women who served and died during the war. The Village of Key Biscayne supports the Key Biscayne American Legion Auxiliary, Units 374, formed in January of 1997 along with the Richard L. Cromartie American Legion Post 374. Now, therefore, I, Joe I. Rasco, Mayor of the Village of Key Biscayne, do hereby issue this proclamation of recognition to the Key Biscayne American Legion Auxiliary Unit 374.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you, appreciate your recognition. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is a presentation on lithium-ion battery safety.
Good evening, everyone. Marcos Osorio, I'm Deputy Fire Chief with Key Biscayne. I'm a fire marshal. Been here, have had the honor for being here for over 30 years, and thank you for having me. Today we're going to talk about something very interesting. I've become somewhat of a subject matter expert on this. I had the opportunity to be deployed for Hurricane Ian up in Tallahassee, and I worked at the State Fire Marshal Office. And we went down after, during the Hurricane Ian, we went down there and we looked at a lot of electrical vehicle fires. And come to find out that there was a lot of electrical fires. New York had significant amount of fires in the last 3 years, and it's been a hot topic here on Key Biscayne. So the manager's been kind enough to let me present and talk about what some safety tips and what we should be doing and what we should look at, knowing that there's a lot of multi-residential buildings out here in Key Biscayne. So let's just start. So as we know, there's a lot of types of lithium-ion batteries. A lot of our products have lithium-ion batteries. Your cell phones, radios, laptops, e-cigarettes, those have lithium-ion batteries. E-bikes, e-scooters, for example, there's a lot of new golf carts that also have lithium-ion batteries and present a danger. And then we also know about Teslas with electrical vehicles, and there's a latest thing that's called electrical storage systems. A lot of these are coming from solar panels. They store the electrical energy in the garages, multiple battery banks, and those are all lithium-ion batteries. These battery problems, the problems with these batteries is they store a lot of energy in a small footprint. And what happens is these systems create a lot of energy, and the way they transfer energy in a system so small, it's almost very scientific without going into electrodes and anodes and stuff like that. But the benefit of it is it carries a smaller footprint and a lot more energy than a regular alkaline battery or a cell battery like a gel battery. Sometimes when these batteries are used, they're not used for the right intent that they're supposed to be used. They're used for different purposes, and a lot of times they're not used based on what they're recommended to be used for. Small number of these are, like anything else, very defective. They come from factory defective, and they're not rated systems or rated batteries. They're not approved, so therefore they come defective. They can cause explosions, they can cause fires, and they can overheat. Some of the things to look for if you have these batteries, and for example, if you should stop using them immediately if they have a funny odor to them, if they have discoloration. if they have heat, if you touch them and they get really hot while you're charging them, or even after you charge them, they get really hot. If it changes shape, a lot of times some of you have probably seen these batteries where they've kind of gotten larger, they've expanded. That's called when they crystallize. When they crystallize is when the liquid inside of it actually heats up so much that it'll actually expand and it'll like literally get hard inside. And if they leak and if they have a small, like a different noise, like a humming noise or something like that, primarily you'll find that in the chargers for these charging systems. Some safety tips. Always follow manufacturer's recommendations. Use the batteries for exactly what their intent is for. Do not put these batteries in the right of way. For example, if you live in a condominium, it's very important that you don't put it at your front door. And you definitely don't put it in the hallway of your apartment building. Use these charging cords that come with the device. Don't buy something that's not the manufacturer's recommendation. Don't buy something that you would find from a different manufacturer and say, oh, this plugs here and this will work. It's not recommended. Store the batteries away from anything that can catch fire. It sounds like common sense, but we got to talk about that. And do not charge under a pillow. Don't put your cell phone underneath the pillow. Don't put it in somewhere like a mattress or a couch, because if that does heat up, obviously you have your ignition source, but then you have materials like your bed and stuff that catch on fire. Also, you know, the devices and the batteries that you make sure when they're fully charged, take it out. When you're done charging and you know it's 100% disconnected, just don't leave it there assuming that the charger is going to stop charging. Also, when you use these batteries and the temperature, make sure you're not charging them below 32 degrees Fahrenheit or above 105. Again, these batteries will crystallize and catch on fire. And do not block the means of egress. We talked about this already. And make sure that they have a UL listing and a CE listing, which is a certified laboratory tested system. What they're finding now, and since New York, for example, has come up with ordinances and rules that you can't have or buy an unrated or unlisted battery or charging system, they've actually started putting fake labels on them to try to sell them. So make sure it's the right product and it's the right system. How to dispose of them? Lithium-ion batteries, please don't throw them in the garbage. They're also biohazardous. Don't throw them in the garbage. Use recycling is your best option. Home Depot has a nice recycling bin, for example, where you can just dump them in there. And don't discard them in piles. Don't stick them somewhere and just leave them in a pile somewhere. That's also dangerous. Some of the concerns we have in Village of Key Biscayne is location. One of the biggest topics is that we've talked about in high rises and in multi-residential buildings is the location. Where do we put an e-bike? Where do we put an e-scooter? We all see them at 3 o'clock in the morning when they're coming out. Like, primarily these kids come out of school. They're gangbusters. They look like a motorcycle gang coming into Key Biscayne. Where do you put them when they get home? Make sure do not put them in the location where you're going to block the means of egress. If you have one way in and one way out of your apartment building or your house, please do not put them at the front door. It sounds like common sense, but it's not. You don't want one of those scooters dirtying the inside of your house, and I understand that, but put it somewhere, God forbid, if something happens with that scooter or that e-bike, if it catches on fire, you want to be able to get out. There's also been conversation with condominiums, storage of multiple e-bikes or e-scooters. Maybe we can designate an area downstairs in the garage area where we can store all the e-bikes and all e-scooters. That's the sprinkler systems, for example, if your building has sprinklers, is not recommended because that sprinkler system is not rated for those e-bikes. Those e-bikes catch on fire. It takes a lot of water to extinguish. Now imagine you're putting 15, 20, or 30 e-bikes. It just takes one to catch fire, and you're going to have a very explosive and very large fire inside of your apartment building. Okay? Extinguishing, like I talked about, it takes a lot of water. For example, it takes an average of 5,000 gallons of water to extinguish a Tesla fire. So, give you an example, 5,000 gallons of water is a lot of water. And for it to go out, it just needs continuous water, because once it has thermal runaway and that fire gets going, there's no stopping it. As you can see in the picture next to it, That's thermal runaway. That's what a battery fire looks like with thermal runaway. Regulations in condos. A lot of condos have asked me, can you regulate what we should and what we shouldn't do? I cannot. This is personal vehicles. This is personal items. I cannot tell you what you can and cannot do. Condominiums can be more stringent. They can make recommendations for the safety of their building, but I cannot. I have to follow the code, and that's a minimum standard. So I cannot say, outlaw, unless we create an ordinance or something like that. I cannot make it more stringent. And then also early warning devices have also been talked about. We've talked about carbon monoxide detectors. Sometimes we'll pick up hydrogen cyanide or hydrogen sulfide, which will actually activate the smoke alarms. We've looked at that, but there's really no early warning of once there's thermal runaway in these batteries. Once they get going, they just catch on fire. So by the time any detector will go off, it's already in the thermal runaway phase. So that concludes my brief presentation.
Some quick questions from our dais. Allison?
Quick question here, if I may.
I'm going to with Allison first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Marcus. That was really interesting. I wonder if you have any sort of numbers for us of how often you've seen this on the key already, and also if there is any, I would imagine, but I wonder if there's any hard data to support the idea that as these vehicles get older, do we see an increased likelihood of these kind of fires? Because if we think of when we had the original sort of invasion of e-bikes and e-scooters, now we're going to have some that have been around for a while. So if you could talk about those two things.
Absolutely. So statistically, since 2000, lithium-ion batteries have been increasing about 20%. That increase in popularity has also created a lot of problems because lithium itself is a mineral and it's hard to come by, and it's getting more expensive as the day goes by and the need for it. So that's happening. The other part of it is statistically of how many fires we've had out here in Key Biscayne, we've actually had a few of them. We've had an e-scooter catch on fire inside of I would say the old Augusta's, the strip mall, but it's the 180 Crandon. We've had a hydroboard, a stand-up paddleboard that was powered. We had that catch on fire inside of personal residence. We've had golf carts, which have been assumed to be lithium-ion batteries as well. So we've had some fires. EV fires, we haven't, as far as Tesla fires, for example, we haven't had any. Documentation statistically, the state, and it's like everything else that happens in just, you become reactionary, you don't become proactive in a lot of these situations. The state and the national reporting system for fires has never caught up and been specific, saying, okay, we're going to check this box on where it says, if there's a fire, was it lithium ion? So now there's a process with the state to actually create a form where you have to, as firefighters, if we have a fire and it's potentially a lithium ion battery fire, to start tracking it. But again, we're maybe a few years behind statistically on how many have we had actually in the state and in the nation. We actually had a fire in New York this Sunday. There was a fire in New York, killed 3 people.
From a lithium
ion battery.
And is there talk amongst people that study this that the older the batteries get, the increased likelihood, or no?
Correct. There's conversations just like your cell phone. I'm sure we've all had our cell phones where we've actually seen it expand, or we've had a battery backup system or a little charging system where it expands. Once that thing expands, throw it away. The reason is
recycle it.
Recycle it, correct. The reason is because, again, it's crystallizing. When it's crystallizing, that means that system's no longer charging. It's a liquid inside. So that's what transfers electrodes and the anodes inside that creates the charge and gives you electricity. But once it crystallizes, get rid of it, recycle it, and don't use it anymore.
Mr. Vasquez.
Yeah, no, Councilmember McCormick asked the question I want to ask.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Moss.
2 questions. Where's your mustache? Because last time I checked, it's Movember. It's the first time I think I've seen you not participate.
This year has been tough. It's been one of those challenges for me. Me growing a mustache. But thanks for observing that. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Are there any lithium-ion based questions, sir?
So let's get more serious. For recycling, I think the Square had a recycling for batteries at one point. I'm not sure if they still have it, but is Home Depot the closest place that we can recycle batteries?
Home Depot is the most common place. We don't want to store them in the fire station. So we don't want to store them anywhere where there's a hazardous area. That's probably the best place that I know of. Offhand, you can call Miami-Dade County and their recycling centers, and I'm sure they have identified areas. I don't know of any specifically on Key Biscayne.
There is a battery recycling like by Toy Town in the Square, but I'm not sure if they take this type or if it's just the
regular
alkaline.
Batteries and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But they do, and I know Michelle goes through it and picks out all the garbage people throw in there, thinking it's a trash receptacle, to make sure she recycles just the batteries.
Okay, thank you.
I'll work on the mustache next year, sir.
You got 12 months.
Mr. Kaplan.
In addition to the question about the aging correlating with a higher risk, this last year, specifically this last summer, we're told was the hottest ever on record. Jeremy and Todd and I were part of a briefing today talking about a different subject. The report was that the temperature outside was over 105 degrees for multiple days. What about that?
So a great question. So that's the manufacturer. Those are the recommendations of don't charge them when they're at 105 degrees, for example. Go ahead and put it in a shade. A shade's going to drop that temperature maybe 10, 15 degrees maybe. I mean, so it's those kind of things of it's common sense. Don't leave it out in the sun. We've all been in the sun, whether it's the beach or something like that, and you put your phone, and you've actually gotten maybe an alert on your phone saying your phone is too hot. I wish there was that type of device for all of our charging systems where it would say, hey, don't charge me here, it's getting too hot.
Yeah.
So, but it's a good point. It's environmentally aware of where you're at, what's going on, and if you're charging that, then you might want to put it somewhere where it's a little cooler.
I think briefings like this really help because we rely on common sense, but if you don't think about something as familiar as a battery or a device that's powered by a battery as a risk, so it's useful to have these types of briefings.
And even easier, something that's common sense. The first thing you're going to tell someone if they bring their e-scooter inside their apartment is, say, wait, what are you doing? Leave it by the door. You don't want that trampoline through your house or your apartment. It's the first comment, it's the first thing you're going to say. Leave it by the door. But that's the worst place you can put it.
Okay, thank you for the presentation.
Can we make sure that this presentation that we have a link on the website for people, and maybe we could try to do some outreach to middle schoolers and elementary students who have these bikes so that they know how to properly care for them and charge them and are aware of the risks?
Absolutely. I'd be more than happy to take Councilmember Moss with me as well.
That would
Perhaps
be
he can have a mustache too.
Yeah.
And let's have a showing of Mad Max.
Yes.
The film.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. If anybody has questions for the deputy, he'll be glad to be out there and answer away.
The next item, Mr. Mayor, is the consent agenda.
Move.
Second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Let's go to the pulled items.
Yes. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving an urban qualification cooperation agreement for the Miami-Dade County Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnerships Program funds for fiscal years 2024, 2025, and 2026, providing for ratification and providing for an effective date.
Ms. McCormick, your item.
Yes.
Sorry, I need you to move it.
I'll
move it.
Thank you.
Second.
Been moved and second.
So I understand what this item is and would have been okay with it on consent, but it strikes me that people in the community don't and would like to understand it. And I did read today someone posed the question, when are we going to hear about it? Well, that's what we do now. So if the manager could maybe give us the background of why this is here and assuage some of the fears.
Thank you, Council Member and Mr. Mayor. So what this is, and I understand why people are concerned. It comes across as maybe a little concerning, but really, quite simply, every 3 years the county comes to us and offers us an opportunity to be part of their CDBG program, Community Block Development Grant Program. So we either opt in or we opt out. I think we all know of our current situation in terms of low, medium, or high income, and we would never qualify for a CDBG grant if we were to apply on our own. When you become part of the county's program, there is a possibility, although slim, but there is a possibility that we might be able to get some funding for some of our special programming or services that we provide, if the funding becomes available through the county. But it would only be for services and programs.
So this way the county applies and gets their sort of lump sum and may have some available that for us that matches a priority we already have. We are not opting into something trying to bring low income housing to the Key or
No,
a homeless encampment.
No, we're not. And in fact, what this does is it actually takes the active nature of it out of our hands. So it is now the county who does the application for the grants. If they apply for it for a certain reason, and for us would be most likely something to do with our seniors or maybe our special needs if they are low income in nature, then that funding, if it is made available to other people in the county, we'd be able to apply for that grant.
So, to put a finer point on it, this isn't about establishing workforce housing or low-income housing or ALICE housing. This is a possibility of actually being able to garner some money through the county for programs that are already in our priorities list.
That's correct.
Mr. London?
When I read the whole thing, it appeared to me that I guess it was about 2 or 3 paragraphs before the end, and where it stated that the funds would only be used, I think, for lower moderate housing. How does that apply to us? How could we have lower moderate housing?
So it states directly for any lower housing, but actually if you look in detail more for the actual things that CDBG grants can be used for, a couple of the areas are also construction of public facilities, improvements such as water, sewer facilities and streets, but also public services and activities relating to energy conservation, renewable energy resources. There's a number of other ones, but that would be the only ones that we would even consider being part of. So CDBG has a much broader area than just what they list in there.
In other words, what they say there is not meaningful, and we could use the money for something else.
No, we would have to use the money for only specifically what CDBG allows you to use it, but those items that I just read to you will be ones that would be allowable.
But doesn't the one paragraph or that one sentence cancel out the other things?
I read that a little differently. The last clause before the indemnity, I read a little bit differently. I'm not sure that this is the right interpretation, but it seemed to me that what that was saying was that if the village had identified housing for the purposes that we're talking about, ALICE housing or workforce housing, if that were to have occurred, we couldn't modify that projected land use for those properties without telling them. But we have not identified any, and nor would we.
Correct, and we're not eligible for any of this anyway. What we'd be eligible would be the supporting components of CDBG grants.
Also, and maybe our building and zoning director can answer too, but we have an element in our comp plan dealing with affordable housing. Does this in any way assist us since we don't have the possibility of finding affordable housing within the land costs that we have here on Key Biscayne?
When you say assist us, I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, does it somehow help us fulfill that part of the comp plan element?
No, I mean this is really. I mean it's. I think maybe it's gotten a little larger than what it really is. It really is just an opportunity every 3 years. The county comes to you with an ability to either opt into their program or not opt into their program. As I mentioned before, if we were to apply for a CDBG grant by ourselves, we would not be competitive. If the county does as a whole, if and it's a big if, because I think they would also take in consideration our eligibility and probably look at us, less favorably in terms of our need. But if there were some money available, we'd be able to get it through the county. But it really isn't intended for housing at all in Key Biscayne.
Okay.
All right. Have we ever opted in this before, or is this our first time?
I think this is our first time.
Okay. So there isn't anything nefarious about this, and
It's perhaps another opportunity to get other people's money.
Correct.
The one lesson
for the things we already want and have identified, not for anything that people do not.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, can we talk a little more poignantly about what would we use it for specifically? I mean, are we talking about electrics? Are we talking about? I'd like to hear a little more, and I also like to understand what percentage we're talking about when it comes to the distribution. I also would like to know a little bit about the comp plan, if we would be compelled by virtue of having the funds to incorporate some element into the work plan. I mean, maybe I'm extrapolating on that, maybe going out, but I'd like to understand if that would compel us to. I mean, I'm just, when this type of federal funding comes in, I'm just not comfortable with it, but I'd just like to understand what we're getting.
Well, being under the county, we would be getting whatever they would identify as what the funding would be for. So in other words, we wouldn't be directly pursuing. So they would apply for money, whatever it may be, whatever program they would apply for, and that is directly what the county's needs would be. If our needs align with the county's needs and the county decides to open it up for the entire county to be a participant, then we could request. So there's a number of steps that have to occur for us to even be a part of this.
Understood.
So our requirements would have to align with the county's requirements. They would have to apply, they would have to be accepted, and then they would have to make money available to municipalities, and Key Biscayne would have to be considered as one of those municipalities.
Okay, so what need would the county identify for Key Biscayne?
They wouldn't identify it for Key Biscayne. They would identify it for the entire county.
Right.
Okay.
And then if we would align with the county's needs, then we could then put an application into the county. And our focus would be primarily on things like senior programs, special needs programs, those folks who have low to medium income.
Okay. How familiar are we with this type of funding internally? How much experience do we have within staff and of having handled this type of federal funding?
I've done CDBG grants before. They're not easy. So which is one of the reasons why we would not want to do a CDBG grant ourselves directly. First of all, whether we would be competitive or not, they're very difficult. You would only want to go in if there's a high number because the administrative requirements are very, very extensive. But what the county does is the county provides an intermediary of that administration. We wouldn't be alleviated from having to do the paperwork, but it'd be a lot less. And obviously, before we would accept any money, we would take in consideration how much work we would have to put into the effort to do the administration and whether that's worth the funding that we would receive.
So also, Steve, to make people feel better, before we receive grants, they come here to a public meeting for a discussion where people get to come to the podium. So if it is So if there's something that people aren't comfortable with, they have an opportunity at that point to come before council and say, hold up. And we always have the right to say, we're going to not accept this grant.
That's correct.
So it has to go through us, and then we ask it to the county.
So we have to apply for the grant, is that correct?
No,
Yeah,
we could apply for the grant ourselves. I mean, obviously we'd let you know,
Apply
but
to the county.
before we would accept it, you would have to approve, the council would have to approve accepting it.
Okay.
But do we have to apply to the county to be considered for the grant?
Yes, we would.
So basically, this is just a big umbrella of something we see that we can participate in and get some money from the county, then we apply again to the county for the grant, assuming they got the money from the federal government. Or whatever.
Exactly.
Is that right?
That's correct, and,
Yes.
and it would have to align with our needs. Yes.
And there's no group out there or something that can come in and start, getting a grant here without. It's
No.
us. It's only for us to make these decisions.
Only
so.
municipalities can
Okay.
apply for CDBG grants.
Okay.
Okay, next.
All those in favor?
Aye.
No.
Councilmember Vasquez? No. And opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County to allow the Village of Key Biscayne to enforce certain provisions of the Miami-Dade County Code pursuant to Section 8CC of the Miami-Dade County Code, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
I'll move it.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. The items before us. Mr. London, you pulled the item.
I pulled it because looking at it and listening to all the various, I guess, code numbers, et cetera, what we're going to do, and all the other things, obviously I have no idea what that means. So maybe the chief can explain this.
Okay, here we go.
For the record, I would have pulled it too. Ed and I have agreed on something twice in 2 meetings.
I thought you were going to say in 2 terms.
You both just
Close.
voted yes on that last.
I'll run through it. So what this does is that it's an agreement that we have. We do it every 3 years with the county to let us enforce a variety of county code provisions, which are listed there in the agreement. So some of these code provisions relate to boats, docks, waterway regulations that apply countywide. Some relate to business tax receipt violations. Some relate to offenses. Just your typical, and I'll name a couple of them, but give me a second here. 19. So like bomb threats, those types, just county regulations. There was one a couple years ago with the decriminalization of marijuana was one. There's just a variety of offenses and code regulations that the county has us enter into this agreement with them, so the village police department can cite.
And every 3 years we do this.
Every 3 years we do it.
Okay. Ed, anything else on this?
As far as the funds, it's not going to cost us anything. And there's a number of sections talking about reimbursement, et cetera. We've done this. Has it cost us anything in the past?
Not to my knowledge. It has not cost anything since I've been here.
It doesn't force us to enforce. It gives us the option to enforce. So it's really, if we choose to avail ourselves of these county provisions, then we can. So there's no cost mandate by this, Councilmember London.
Thank you.
Okay, Ed. All right. You pull the next one.
Wait, all those in
Oh,
favor?
I'm sorry.
I vote yes.
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 Yeah.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Just so you guys know, we have a similar one relating to our enforcement, I think, on the Rickenbacker, I think, also.
One just request, I would have pulled it for the same reason I think that Ed mentioned. Where it's not intuitive, it oughtn't go into the consent agenda. If the memo can be written in a way to make it intuitive as to what it's about, let's do that. But if it can't be parsed because of the citation of the string citation of these county code sections, we can't possibly know what it does. So that's not a subject for a consent agenda, in my opinion.
The next item is. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a memorandum of understanding between the village and the Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office relating to the enforcement of human trafficking laws and participating in anti-trafficking efforts, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Ed?
Second.
Thank you.
I pulled this one also.
Yes.
The reason I pulled this, it talks about, sorry.
Is there, Chief, is there any costs involved in this?
There's no cost involved in this, and we are required to enter into this agreement because it's not just for enforcement capabilities. If the state attorney's office receives a tip, we're obligated to follow through on the tip and investigate it. If it gets into an issue where it's outside of our realm that we can't handle it, that's where we rely on the partners within this task force to assist us.
Okay.
The reason Chief, it says in the document that we will assign a detective, full-time or part-time, to this. Full-time detective, since you tell me we're short of people, that would mean you'd have to hire another detective, doesn't it?
We wouldn't hire a detective full-time to this position. It would be a liaison. If you read on page 5, it says in A that they can serve as a liaison or a resource officer. It would be a liaison and a contact. But what it does is it gives them the enforcement capabilities within the task force. In the event that there's an educational component or an enforcement component, they'd be deputized by the state attorney's office to be able to conduct those investigations. But it wouldn't remove them from their regular responsibilities. It'd be an added responsibility.
So this would not require any additional people?
Excuse me?
This would not require any additional police force?
Not at this time.
When you say not at this time, what time would make the difference?
I'm just saying not at this time. It wouldn't require an additional officer. It would be assigned to one of our detectives.
Require in the future?
I can't predict the future, but I don't anticipate it based on the tips that we've received since I've been here. I don't anticipate this being an issue. We do need this in order to be able to follow up on our end, because we're required to, by the Internet Crimes Against Children, we're required to follow up on any tips that come through.
Thank you.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is the second reading of an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 30 zoning and land development regulations of the Village Code of Ordinances by amending Section 30-4 zoning and planning application fees relating to cost recovery, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Public hearing is now open. Seeing no one step forward, public hearing is now closed. The item is before you. Any questions? Any questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
The ordinance is approved on second reading, is adopted on second reading. The next item is an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Chapter 30 zoning and land development regulations of the Village Code of Ordinances by amending Section 30-73 site plan review procedures relating to voting procedures, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Public hearing is open on this ordinance. Seeing no one step forward, public hearing is now closed, and this is the Brett Moss site plan review.
Great ordinance.
Okay.
I'll hate it one day, but.
Seeing no other discussion, Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan.
Yes.
Councilmember London.
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on second reading. The next item is an ordinance on first reading. An ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, concerning the village's stormwater project relating to the Clean Water State Revolving Fund Loan Program, making findings, authorizing the loan application, authorizing the amendment to loan agreement, establishing pledged revenues, designating authorized representatives, providing assurances, providing for conflicts, severability, and effective date.
Move. Second.
Been moved and second. Ms. Blank, what do we have in front of us?
This is the loan application approval for the Clean Water State Revolving Fund. It would fund the design of K8 from 30 to 100%.
Okay. Questions on that, Mr. Moss?
So to go from 30 to 100% is the 5,078,606.
No, I know that number is a little misleading. Part of the funding that we have that would be the first bucket that we would want to use would be the grant money from Resilient Florida. The total amount of loan funding doesn't mean that we're going to spend the total amount of loan funding available. So the 3.5 or so million acts almost like a line of credit. The total design of K8 is coming to you at later dates.
So I understand that the line of credit, which is the loan at 3.5, but in here it goes to total funding for 30 to 100%, including other monies that are coming from different areas, is equaling up to $5 million. So
it's total funding available.
That's just available.
Yeah, it's just available. This isn't a budget. This is available funding. Yeah.
Yeah, because I almost fell out of my seat when I saw
I
that.
know. I'm sorry. I didn't know how else to make it clear that this is sort of the full breakdown of everything available for the K8 construction. And you'll notice that 600,000, that's what we've ballparked we might need from water and sewer to help us design any relocated lines.
All right, so approving this tonight, we're not approving in any way a budget. We're not approving to start from 30 to 100% yet. We're only approving that we have a line of credit that we can pull whenever we feel like it, but we don't have to pull any of it.
Right.
We can pull half of it, 25%, whatever we need when we need it. And that's all you were approving tonight.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, further discussion on the item?
Is there any minimum we have to pull, or is there interest due, or a minimum amount of interest, or we only pay on the money used?
We only pay on the money used.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Vasquez? It's a
Oh, it is an ordinance? Okay.
Yes.
Mayor Roscoe?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kaplan?
Yes.
Councilmember London?
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick?
Yes.
Councilmember Moss?
Yes.
Ordinance is approved on first reading. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending resolution number 2022-53 to provide for an extension of time for the approved site plan relating to the property located at 299 Grandin Boulevard, providing for ratification, providing for recording, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
No, go ahead and read B and C, please. We'll take them together.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending resolution number 2022-51 to provide for an extension of time for the variance allowing 26 parking spaces where 219 are required on the property located at 299 Crandon Boulevard, providing for ratification, providing for recording, and providing for an effective date.
Moved as well.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending resolution 2022-52 to provide for an extension of time for the variance, waiving in part the required 5-foot rear setback to permit 3 golf cart parking spaces on the property located at 299 Grandin Boulevard, providing for ratification, providing for recording, and providing for an effective date.
Moved as well.
And I need a second for all three.
A second.
Second for all three. Okay, the item's properly before us.
So, Mr. Mayor, we also, I want to make sure you recognize Ray Baker is here from
Yes.
Miami-Dade
Yeah,
Libraries.
we'll get to Ray.
Okay.
Mr. Director, you're recommending approval on all three. Can you comment it before I bring up Mr. Baker?
Sure. Jeremy Karras-Gauger, Building Zoning Planning Director. So what is before you is the extension of time for the previously approved items that were before council, I believe, last October. So this gives an additional year to submit and get approval for plans related to that site plan, the further development of those, which is provided for in the code for, by right, you're allowed 1 year to have an approved site plan or approved drawings associated with that approved site plan. So they'll grant an additional year. That's the summary of it.
Okay. Let me call for the public hearing before this. Public hearing on all three items is before us. Seeing no one come forward, public hearing on these items is closed. Mr. Baker, thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Ray Baker, Director of Miami-Dade Public Library. Address 101 West Flagler Street, Miami, Florida. As Jeremy said, we're picking up where we were last year. We're just looking for an extension of our site plan and the approval that we received. We did have to go through our architectural and engineering process once we got our site plan approval last year. So we do have our A&E on board now, who is the same firm that worked with us through the conceptual design process. And we are now jumping into construction documents with our goal to be turning in those plans for permitting sometime in mid-June 2024, so that we can then get the project permitted, advertised for construction, and get on our way. So thank you very much for considering this extension.
Okay, questions to Mr. Baker while he's here? Yes.
Well, I just have a comment. So,
Yes.
Giving extensions to site plan is not something that, we should take very strongly of what the reason is for it. Because when people get a approval for it, they should be moving forward and be planning to build. In this situation, they have to go through a public bidding process again. So that delays the project immensely because of that process, which is very different than a private developer that has to deal with that. So for me, I'm in full support of this extension because of that, because they have different type of time restraints that they have to go through in that process.
And one other element, after the initial conceptual drawing, there was a fair amount of feedback and input. And I think it's fair to say that you were very collaborative. Your team was very accessible and listened and responded. And so we thank you for that. We note it, and it all takes time. It's process.
Thank you, Councilman.
Okay, we look forward to working with you and our Commissioner Regalado on this excellent project, and hopefully you can speed up the process. And if our building department doesn't get your plans approved fast, you let me know. Okay, we'll do something about it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager.
Could I just ask, for the benefit of everyone who's anxiously awaiting this building, assuming all goes relatively smoothly, when do you think we could start enjoying it?
So if we turn in for permitting in June of 2024, let's say 3 or 4 months of permitting is likely, maybe a little longer. We would
Jeremy?
Yeah. But it'll be on us too. It'll be a collaborative process. Yeah, and then we would advertise for the contractor. Figure that's a few months. So realistically, it would probably be much of 2024, that we're going through the permitting and advertisement process to award the contract to the contractor who will eventually build it. So look at us starting construction sometime in early 2025 and figure a year and a half of construction most likely. So that puts us in mid-2026, realistically.
Okay.
Feels like a long time, but it'll be fast.
Well, I know everyone's very excited about it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I'm sorry.
He's an aye.
That was for all
10
three resolutions.
10D.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, selecting and authorizing the village manager to negotiate and execute a concession agreement with Agua Miel LLC for a food and beverage concession in the Village Community Center, providing for authorization and providing for an effective date.
Move. Second.
Thank you.
Moving second, the items before us. Mr. Hofferberg.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Yes, before you, we recently went out to bid for our concession, which it was time to do. We're looking at a 2-year term agreement with 3 one-year renewals. It wasn't because we weren't satisfied with our existing vendor. The time was due for it, so we went out to bid. we're happy with the response. The committee and procurement did an excellent job throughout the process, and we're confident that Aguamel will serve this community well, and the financial terms are significantly better than previously agreed upon.
Okay, any questions on the item before us?
Who's the current concession right now?
Alden LLC.
It's Alden, right? The
Yeah.
one that was here? Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure they're the current one.
Okay.
Can you just quickly tell us what set these guys aside better from the rest? Just kind of for folks to know.
The menu options, if you go through and see their menu
Yeah,
options,
look at it.
obviously they're known quantity within the community.
Mhm.
So people are familiar with their customer service. It's not a vendor coming before us saying, this is what we're gonna do, and we don't know that they can do that, which is obviously a little more challenging. They had extremely strong community support throughout the entire process. And they've been committed. They did a very professional submittal and presentation. And of the 5 evaluators, 4 ranked them first. So I think that's a pretty strong consensus that they were the best option for the village.
Okay. What's a chagachino?
That they'll have to answer. I'm sorry. My barista skills are
Interesting
pretty
menu.
weak. So
Very heavy calorie cookies, but I'm all right with it.
We can share one. We'll split.
Yeah, there you.
All right, on 10D.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, authorizing the village manager to issue a work order to the Tamara Peacock Company Architects of Florida, Inc. to provide professional design services for the Village Hall offices renovation project in an amount not to exceed $98,170 and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Move to second. The item's properly before us. Mr. Director.
Good evening, Jeremy Karras-Gauger, Building Zoning Planning Director. As you know, the village offices are roughly 20 years old, 20 plus years old, and the building department in that time period has not been renovated in any way, shape, or form. So there is a general aging of the facility, but we've also recently had a major shift from physical drawing plans review to electronic plans review, which has associated with a completely different type of review process. Our physical needs for the space have also changed with that. Notably, there are 2 storage rooms in the middle of the space that are able to be and should be removed. In fact, they block light. One of them currently has the computer servers in it, so it actually transitioned at some point. So this is renovation of the building offices, but it's also new construction for to move the computer server room to the telecom room, which is in the other wing of the building, and will free up space within the building department. There's also associated with this a shift in change in how we have layout to make better use of natural light in the space, to have our meeting, to create a dedicated meeting room that can accommodate about 6 people, that's focused around a large screen, because even though you switch to electronic plans review, the reason architecture's drawings are printed on very large sheets instead of very many small ones is so you can see a very particular element in the context of the entire project. So that need translates directly to electronic plans review as well, where you need to see something on a very large screen. And in fact, all of our reviewers, where that space that used to get taken up by the large set of drawings is progressively transitioning to a very, very large monitor, because you still have that need. So without the need to store literally piles and piles of drawings, we free up that space. We can also, there's an opportunity to just make better efficient use of the space. compared to the current layout. And then, of course, upgrade a whole series of overall building systems where we are the beneficiary of 20 plus years of technological improvements. So everything from LED lighting, replacing fluorescent lighting, to improved air conditioning controls. Currently, about half the staff is either wrapped up in blankets or has space heaters, which, by the way, we then pay to cool the air that those space heaters heat. So it's not an efficient operation. Partly that's due to a lack of regional control for the air conditioning space, which again, that's an older model where the entire floor had to be one temperature. And also that we have the computer servers in a closet within the middle of the room, and so we're operating at the temperature that the computers are happy, which is not always great for the people that the computers are supposed to be serving. So there's an issue there. And then also the carpet is old enough to legally drink. So,
Mr. Vass?
Go first this time.
Okay.
Thank you. I had a question, Jeremy. 98,000 for the design, right?
Yes.
So what would we be estimating the construction value to be?
Well, it's worth noting that that cost includes a lot of analysis of the existing facility. So one of the things, you know, in my memo for this, I talk a lot about return on investment. And I think for individual building systems, that's a no-brainer. Like the LED light replacement, you know, between energy savings and a cooler system, it's like 3 to 5 years return on investment before you're saving money. So one of the things we need to analyze in the space is something called a WELL standard, which is a focus on health, safety, wellness of the users of the building, and doing an analysis of like sort of indoor air quality, quality of light, all the things that affect productivity. So there is a pretty heavy line item in here about initial systems analysis, which wouldn't, even though that's a design cost, you know, all of the sort of usual rules of thumb that, you know, the design fee is 10% of the overall project cost. That kind of goes out the window in this case because there's a more of an emphasis on analysis than would be typical. You know, if you break out the architecture rate in order to sort of pull out that 10% rule, it would be based on the $50,000 fee. But even that, I think, will be under. There are some intensive, you know, design elements like the specialty design for the computer server room. Renovation costs and renovation can be higher per square foot than new construction.
It seems, yeah.
So I don't have a full estimate, and we also have a couple of ad services in terms of, or not ad services, but things we may or may not include in final construction, including solar, solar for the building, and
yeah. I guess what I'm asking is more, and it goes to the 10% you stated. And when I see a price like that, I'm thinking, you know, 10% derive that's going to be close to 900,000. So, and I'm not saying that that's not the right price or not, but I just want to make sure that we understand, that the public understands that we're not just paying for 98,000, but we really have to be looking at a pretty, you know, you said in best case scenario would be $500,000.
Well, I think that's the best guess scenario. Okay. Yeah, I don't think best case, but I do think best guess.
I'm supportive of it from the standpoint of making sure that everybody has the right working environment. Totally agree with that. I'm just wondering, you know, are we paying a lot here?
Yeah, I don't.
Are we going for the full Ferrari?
I don't think we're going at 900 though.
Okay.
I think that's the fee, because it has all that analysis. It skews it towards a heavier design fee that won't translate into construction.
How many other architects responded to your request?
So no, this was done through the pool of service providers. So this was pre-negotiated rates that were approved under Sorry, I think I have the detail information about when they were approved. I think it was a year and a half ago or so.
May of 2021.
How were they
May
selected?
May of 21.
So how were they selected, this architecture firm versus other architecture firms?
So there were 3 other sort of eligible firms on the list of people that we had previously negotiated, with whom we had previously negotiated. We have been working with this team on the park project and a number of minor projects within the village as well previously, including the pavilion at Lake Park. So we have a good track record working with them, and it's within sort of the full scope of services they do with it's a focus on interior work in this case.
Okay, Allison?
Do architects get rated as who is better, who is worse?
The other 2 firms that could have provided some of these services, I don't know if they've been graded. I do know that in this case it was a good alignment with the services Peacock provides in regards of even the design of casework and specialty interior.
And if I may, Jeremy, this may be an opportunity for me to explain to the council and the community what we do when we come up with our pool contracts. Approximately every 3 years, what we do is we put out for bid requirements for all different types of architect and engineer capabilities. And what this is we put them into a pool contract, which once they go through the RFP, they're selected, they're identified as our contractor or our consultants, either architect or engineers that we can use and pick from over the next 3 years. In most cases, in each one of the categories of different types of disciplines, we have 3 different consultants. Some cases we only have 2. This is something we're going to go ahead and do again next May. We do it every 3 years, but right now this is one of the architects that we currently have available in the pool.
And to respond to the question of are we buying a Ferrari, what I would say is what I think we should do is buy the snap-on wrench with the lifetime warranty as opposed to the cheap wrench. It's going to cost more, but what we're doing is something that is going to be around for 20 years. And if we do design a premium AC system that saves us more energy, if we do design a better lighting control system that saves us more energy, like that will translate to long-term savings in the same way that not having to buy 3 wrenches and buying 1 saves. So it looks like a wrench. It's not going to look like a Ferrari, but I want it to perform reliably and long-term. And even in the scope of work, I say emphasize long-term quality and lifespan costs as opposed to short-term savings, and I think that's money well spent in our case.
Jeremy, I can appreciate that. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, we're the owners.
Excuse me. I have Allison and then Brett.
So I like it. It looks to me that some of the goals and kind of criteria you were looking to accomplish when you first looked at this and came before us, either like at the budget workshop maybe, that some of it's been adapted and maybe scaled back a little bit. But yeah, I like the focus being, what jumps out at me is that the focus is on updating things that are out of, that have become out of date or not as efficient. I also like the focus on safety and security for our employees in terms of the meeting space being able to be accessed from the reception area and secure to where other people are working. I have a question about the server. I think it makes perfect sense not to be cooling people to a computer temperature. But when you came to us the first time, there was talk of like constructing this whole sort of vault in the, like back by the stairs. Mm-hmm. Is off the table now? It's going across?
No, that is the location. It's the current telecom room. So it's It's over by the restrooms. It's over by the men's room, actually. It's sort of behind it. And so it's on an exterior wall across the breezeway from the elevator.
Okay, and in terms of that, I remember being kind of one of the big expensive items. Have we noodled it in any way to get that price down, or it is what
I don't
it
think
is?
we've done construction estimates on it yet. Yeah, we're not there yet.
Okay. That's it for me.
All right,
Mr.
so I think some of the questions that you guys were alluding to is we have a budget for this. What is our budget for the construction of this?
Budget is $350 this year, 100 next fiscal year.
All right, so we're looking at $450,000 project. That includes design, construction, everything. All right. The other question, I mean, let's talk about costs, right? Like I look at the numbers, maybe it's a little bit different with the public, and maybe I don't know if this really has is this going through like public presentations and stuff, or is because this is internal of our own buildings, you guys just get it designed and get it presented to us and then get it constructed? It doesn't have to go through like public presentations that are like 15 of them or something so the public knows what's going on. And
no, it's our facility, so obviously we're going to keep people abreast because one of the main purposes of this is customer service. So we want to make sure we hear what our customers want and how they want to interface with us. So I know Jeremy's going to ask folks. He's probably already started asking folks what is the best way to do it. We're also going out and looking at other municipalities and how they've set up their facilities as well.
Mm-hmm.
Because the clerks are going to have less work because we're doing it electronically. But what's going to be required is now space when people come in and where we can jointly review the plans electronically. And that's how he's, obviously once we get to the design process, they'll start to present different ideas on how we do that.
Okay, and then you speak a lot about well standards in here, but when I read their proposal, I'm having a hard time finding anything other than the cost of it. I'm not sure if I'm missing it in their proposal, but I don't see them speaking too much about that in what they're proposing, except for price.
Right. So I think it's partly because they're hiring an outside consultant to cover that portion, much like people do with LEED.
Yeah.
To cover that piece of it. It's also sort of embedded in it's mostly HVAC, so it's mostly or not necessarily HVAC, but it's mostly building systems emphasis.
Okay, and then and when we're looking at price, I can tell you that I just take one of the items on here and it does jump out as fairly expensive, and we're looking at MEP consultant at $19,000 in our industry, usually doing something between 4,000 and 10,000 square feet. Engineers are usually charging around $1.50 per square foot for mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and fire protection. And here they're more than doubled that. So that's why I just want to make sure, is there something more time consuming where they have to come to presentations and do 15 meetings on top of what normally is done? Or if this is normal, I think we need to look at these numbers a little bit and trim them down because they do seem really high for 5,000 square foot space. Even if you take off the well consulting and some of this additional stuff, and I guess, I understand that the finished package is a little extra because of some interior stuff, but when you boil it down to just the architecture and MEP base price and divide that by per square foot, it's pretty high from what the industry has. So I think we should look at that. But looking at the MEP basically usually prices their stuff on a square foot basis on interior renovations. I don't know what big difference it is by specifying a better system or a less better system. It's not much more work on their part to just put a specification in. You want something with this much SEER, this much energy, they can put that together. It doesn't really cost them much more time to do that. So it's not that you get a better system, you have to pay a designer more price. But if there was a little bit of an extra charge in it, I can understand if there's some time or some extra thing they're doing, but it's pretty substantially much higher than what I see, at least from my engineers. Schematic design development, construction document seems somewhat reasonable in that area, but when you add then everything else on it, like the MEP consultant, it gets pretty expensive very quickly. And then last thing, contract. So what we approve would be for you guys to negotiate, but they will sign our contract at the end of the day, right? We have a standard contract that they'll.
Yeah.
It's not this. This is just the basis of making the contract.
Yeah, they will sign our contract, not this proposal that's here.
Okay.
Hearing a couple things up here. I would suggest, Mr. Manager, why don't you come back to us with a little bit more refined cost estimate that we could take another look at, because these are some valuable questions that are being raised here, and we just need to tweak this a little bit.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I think that's fair. And obviously what we can do, and we didn't have an opportunity in advance, so what we'll do also before next meeting, we'll have a chance to meet you with each one of the individual council members who have some questions as well.
Okay.
I mean, just quickly, just bear in mind, we're looking at about a 25% profit margin they're looking into with the plan. So as a consultant, that sounds a little bit high, especially when, the fact is that they're providing you construction administration, bidding services and all that, and potentially certification, but 25 is a little high.
Can I have a motion to defer this item to the next meeting?
Second.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay.
The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, establishing the village's 2024 legislative priorities and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Everybody had a chance to look at them. Any questions on them?
Couple of
And
suggestions.
then addition, possibly. And my addition is that have the lobbyists work with the other lobbyists for the coastal communities to change the criteria for the hardening and undergrounding of electric by the electric utilities under the Public Service Act, so that we and other coastal communities would move up to get the things done quicker rather than waiting many years to be on list.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that, Mr. Manager. That's right up our alley. So
No, I'll be happy to add that in.
okay, can you work with Chad also, and let's get the right wording on it.
We'll definitely do that, and I'll also get with Councilmember London as well.
Okay.
I've had this conversation before, so we can work the wording along with Chad to get the right thing down.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I have for legislative priorities, but if I could just comment on Ed's priority that he just suggested. Ed, it strikes me as this might be the kind of thing that we could really benefit from following the model we started with Councilmember Gross when we brought on our dream team to get us into the feasibility study for the Army Corps, that I wonder if maybe isn't worth looking at not only having our lobbyists sort of talk to people, but maybe make a real concerted effort, and maybe one of us, maybe you, would like to sort of lead that charge and reach out to other coastal communities and really form a strong alliance where we're all working together.
Yes, so just on that point, the coastal mayors, we do get together, something like quarterly. So, we definitely, that's something that I can help with. And
I mean, it might make sense the way we brought Colleen Castillo in, that if we brought in one person jointly to really lead this charge, it could benefit all of us greatly.
Well, definitely when you package things with more than just one municipality, it's very helpful in Tallahassee because it has more legs. So.
Okay, but that wasn't what I wanted. The one thing I saw, well, two things I saw missing on the priorities that I would like us to talk about, possibly including. One is, are we considering taking another stab at trying to get some sort of legislation passed to give us the opportunity to regulate the electric bicycles?
Oh, that too.
Our legislators aren't interested in pursuing that. They've tried.
How about the guy who got run over?
No, he hasn't stepped forward to do it. They've asked us to look at the county level, and I think that's what we're working on right now. They believe the state has given local municipalities the authority to do it. We're in a situation where we do not control our main road, which happens to be a county road, and so that's what we're working on right now, is being able to have the jurisdiction for regulation and enforcement on the county road.
Now, and having said that, it doesn't mean that we aren't talking, weekly to our legislators, especially Vicky Lopez, who has taken a very good interest in this. We suggested recently in a meeting with her, could you take the passage of the legislation having to do with golf carts and see if we can apply it here, and she's willing to look into that. So it's not for lack of trying that we aren't pursuing these things, and maybe we can have something, general that could be put into the package that would give us that kind of leeway that we will continue to pursue, or some language to that effect.
No, and I apologize for being a little abrupt on you, Councilmember. But
No, I'm
it's been
sitting
a
here feeling
bruising
very
year on
guilty of my disrespectful way of referring to an elected official who got run over by an electric bike. I forgot his name. I shouldn't have called him the guy.
Yeah, I know who you were talking about. But no, I think what the mayor is saying, and we can certainly add in, the village is interested in finding all legislation that supports our ability to regulate and enforce micro mobility devices to ensure the safety of our residents. I think we can add something like that.
And then the other one that we historically had put in, and then I think we made our priorities a little smaller, but we often have language just saying that we also support the initiatives of Miami-Dade County Public Schools, especially with respect to the county cost differential and recruitment of teachers and things like that. I don't know if we have an appetite to include that, or if we think it just goes without saying, but often we do put it in our priorities.
Okay.
We have this catch-all, which is also that includes the Florida League of Cities priorities. So I guess we could add that to that item.
And we left that broad on purpose, so that either we can recommend things to Miami-Dade League of Cities or Florida League of Cities for things that we would like to pursue, but also right on top of items that they're moving as well. So we wanted to make sure we left that fairly broad at the end.
I think Section 8 in the first part does that. It's pretty well worded. I like the support for the public schools. Public education seems particularly afflicted these days. Any gesture of support is probably a good idea. I think, I don't feel terribly strongly about this, but because of some of the specific issues we're facing locally, and at the risk of maybe conflating dissimilar things, where we talk about item 2 is where I'm focused under policies, talking about land development proposals. And when I read this, it occurred to me to suggest that we think about adding special events with extra local impacts, thinking about the Country Music Festival, for example. It's not just land development, it's what's done on land, where there's impacts that affect more than one municipality, one city, one community.
You don't think we have that in here?
I think where we talk about standards and guidelines to better regulate development approvals, we see an opportunity there to include special events, because events have impacts as well as developments.
But don't we have proposed developments commercial events projected to likely cause traffic, public safety, nuisance, or other impacts affecting areas outside the jurisdiction of the permitting government?
I think you got
that.
it.
That screams ultra to me.
Okay.
I had a question. Where do we leave off? I started talking to Chad, but on the item about the scooters, you guys were not putting that on here, or
yeah. No, so we're going to do something generally that states that we support any opportunity or any items that support the general regulation and enforcement of micromobility devices at the
And
local.
we're gonna put that on this list?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanna make sure it's not up there.
Yeah.
Just two other things. Where we talk about beach renourishment, we speak elsewhere about shoreline protection, more generally than beach renourishment. Do we want to lump them together? In item 4 is where my eyes were drawn to that comment. And my last thought pertains to what I would call maybe regional parks and recreation. One of the speakers tonight expressed frustration, and we've all been stymied for the better part of a generation on a more adaptive use of Cramden Park. It's just sitting out there, underutilized, not beautiful enough. Do we want to speak to that?
Well, I'll speak to that. I think all of us have been working on this for, as you say, a generation. And this is my second go around, and there isn't a month that we don't work on this, and we're working very, very diligently with our commissioner. You know very well how this, unfortunate agreement of a lawsuit turned into giving, unbridled control of a whole park, and that has. And it's not that we are the prime beneficiary of this park, but we represent also the lack of coming together. This park needs a rehab really bad, and I think that there was an RFP that went out. I'm not sure what's happened with that, but everybody understands that this park needs an update of its master plan, and we're pursuing it with Mayor Cava. We're pursuing it with Commissioner Regalado. We've talked about it with Vicky Lopez. Also, if there was any way that the state would be able to help out on this, so. I think that it's very much embedded in everything that we do. That have we been successful? No, we haven't been successful. But there have been many lawsuits that have already failed. So we have to make sure that whenever if we're going to attack it in a legal way, that we have the right what's the word I'm looking for? The right strategy. But if not, I think that what we've asked Commissioner Regalado to do is see, how do we convert some of those tennis courts? How do we convert? How do we allow for things as minor as pickleball? And we keep pushing the envelope on those things. Not simple, not easy. But it's definitely part of what everyone on this dais should be working on and has been working on for many years. And the manager clearly knows that, and Todd also is very cognizant of that issue. How do we address it in here? Was that the?
Well, everything you've said is, and it's good that we've had this public airing of the truth, because it's all correct. It's all true. We've been at this a long time. I don't know that including this particular goal in legislative priorities makes any difference at all in effect. This is a priority in fact. It's a bit understated not to identify it as such, because it is, as you pointed out, and as we all know, because we've worked on this endlessly, assiduously forever. My instinct would be to include it, because that would be the truth.
The only thing, sorry to interrupt. The only thing is that you think about it this way: you're asking the state to do what about what? It's just you know, our representative, which would be the one that would carry the legislation, you know, would ask us that question: is it a very specific bill, or is it something that we put in here somewhere as a much more
Yeah, I mean, the more likely effect of focusing folks in Tallahassee on this is more leverage than legislation. With the exception of Bill Baggs, which of course is a state park, which I think is likely never to happen. And, you know,
right.
There will not be adaptive reuse of Bill Baggs, I predict. And I wouldn't fight that fight. We fought that fight.
We did,
And
yeah.
we were roundly rebuffed.
And to this day, they are very adamant that that's not their mission.
That's right.
Yeah.
On the other hand, something like a composting site in Bill Baggs makes more sense to me than a recreational complex. So there are asks for Bill Baggs, but ball fields are not in them.
Right.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think, I don't know, Frank, if this makes sense to you, but what, my recollection is when, I think it was Councilmember Laredo who really pushed for us to make our legislative priorities list surgically concise, right? What you're saying is 100% true. This needs to continue to be one of our top priorities, and we need to put it somewhere so that it's not only, it's always front of mind for us, but so that when residents, like the gentleman who spoke tonight about Grandin Park, I think he mentioned he was relatively new to moving here, and it does look like, how do we not have a field there? And if you look back and think that even when the key was developed, they used for concurrency the open space, and our sports did play in Grandin Park. I think what I would suggest is that we put on our priorities for ourselves when we do our annual planning, we make sure we include this, and as we move forward with whatever our next actual plan is going to be, right? We've had several different attempts, and when we have a really good clear-cut strategy, we then say exactly what are we looking for from Tallahassee, and that's when it goes on this.
Okay.
So my suggestion would be we put it on our council priorities for the year, and then when we have an actionable item for Tallahassee, we add it to this. Does that make sense?
Very prudent.
I like that too. Okay, any other discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none.
Consensus of council on the changes.
This is 10F.
10F. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. The next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving modifications to the modeling parameters and level of service standards for the 4 village-wide modeling alternatives, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Move.
Second.
Thank you.
Seconded. Mr. Samimi.
Sure. Good evening, Council. So essentially this builds on the October 26th workshop that we had with AECOM, where we discussed all the various modifications to parameters that could be done on the model that they developed for evaluating the village-wide drainage, as well as for evaluating the performance of Zone 1, which includes the K-8 school. Essentially what we're doing here is just making sure that we're all in agreement in terms of what the additional scenarios are that they're going to be running over the next, say, month and a half. When they complete those scenarios and have then translated the results to what the impact's going to be on cost for the 4 different alternatives that they previously modeled as part of the village-wide drainage assessment. All that will be brought back to you at a workshop towards the latter part of December. The intent is to do it before Christmas time, and then that would be followed by a community meeting to also share the results with the community in advance of then a work order being brought to you in January for 3B, which would then be approval to move forward with 30 to 100% design for Zone 1. So just to touch on some of the things that they're going to be doing specifically, they're going to be reducing the rainfall amount from 8 inches to 7 inches for a 10-year, 24-hour event. They're going to be modifying the rainfall distribution, the runoff curve number, which is just the amount of infiltration that the ground can tolerate. They're going to be modifying the contributing area to include 75 feet from the right-of-way line versus 100 feet from the right-of-way line. They're going to use an iterative approach relative to sea level rise, looking at 2040 versus 2060. They're also going to be increasing outfall discharge velocities to a maximum of 5 feet per second versus a maximum that is needed to meet a certain level of service. They're going to be optimizing pipe sizes. They're going to be including straight pipe easement in Zone 1, so on and so forth. More importantly is they're also going to be modifying level of service metrics in terms of how much water can be stored on the road, whereas previously we had no water storage on the road and just on the rights of way. Now they're going to do an analysis where they're going to look at the level of service where you have water on the road just to the crown of the road, then to 6 inches, then to 10 inches, then to 14 inches, and then to what's passable for an emergency vehicle. And again, all these are going to be then translated to what are the impacts on estimated probable construction costs.
Okay, and these are all the ones that we discussed.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Anybody missing anything? Mr. Vasquez, we'll start with you.
Yeah, took a couple of notes on the meeting. I wanted to kind of emphasize on a couple of things that still worry me a little bit. I haven't heard much yet on the conditions of the canal and discharges. I understand, going back to the word bathymetry, going back to understanding what we're discharging to what elevations, I don't know what the depths are on that.
Right, so they're actually right now mobilizing KCI to do all that bathymetric evaluation of that area, all
perfect,
all in the receiving zone of the outfalls that exist there. Yeah,
we don't need to know the whole canal, but let's just understand
they're
what we're discharging. What I did not hear either is like, okay, so we're talking about potential treatment trains, but do we have an understanding of if we're going to improve water quality discharge into Biscayne Bay? Obviously, that's our responsibility.
Yep.
We're going to contribute to that, but I think it would be good for the public and folks to know. This is not so much an issue of the criteria that we're going to establish, but I think we need to understand what the water quality is going to be pre and post.
Sure.
Right?
So all of the water quality treatment that can be put in is going to be put in as part of the design. Yeah.
Okay. I would just maybe points to touch at the next meeting and discussion. Also, there's going to be plenty of unsuitable and organic soils that we're going to have. Folks may want to know eventually as we engage into further design. Are we going to have any logistics on that? All that material is going to be dried out. It smells like rotten eggs. That's going to be a big impact to folks. I mean, as we build this and as we design and get further into detail, I think those are things to talk about. And I got stuck on what you said about the 29 million. These are not specifically level of service things. I'm not going to. This is all good, but I want to talk about these points. About the potential 29 million that we could get from that you did apply or we did apply for potential funding.
Oh, that was for NOAA. Yeah.
That really, I think we need to do I think we need to up the effort on that one and see how best we can support these communities. As I said at the meeting and at the workshop, we are a small community. We may have a higher per capita, but a hurricane comes in and we're going to be a lower per capita more than anybody else. So I think that when it comes to social equity, when it comes to these things that these federal loans or federal grants have, I think that they're missing the mark when it comes down to coastal communities, because coastal communities get impacted by a pretty big hurricane and we get devastated. I don't think anybody wants to pay out of their pocket. So I think we need to do if we can, to certainly try to improve the effort to see how we can better and improve the argument or the discussion of the narrative what we need to do to get this funding and have the federal government support us a little bit more than what they're doing.
We're always
And
looking
there'd be
for
a-
grant opportunities to
Right.
try and get something like that funded. Then it's a matter of trying to figure out how to
Right.
address equity.
If I could add on top of that, this is the second time we've tried that. We continually talk with UM to attempt to be in their program as well. You know, we have to basically align our requirements with their requirements.
Right.
So you may have seen a couple words come out that night that demonstrated our frustration. We don't give up. We're going to keep going.
And yes.
Corps of Engineers also has some possible grants that we could pursue as well. So we're regrouping right now. We're looking at some of those options and trying to figure out what might work next. So
I think that's
we're
a
not
great effort.
by any means taking this as a
No.
long-term loss. It's just something that we get a little frustrating. We
Yeah.
reboot ourselves and we keep going.
I just want to make sure that at least who's ever listening out there knows that we're doing that. And
Now,
we're-
if Roland has his way, he'd be getting
He'd
us
go
an
after
offshore.
every dollar possible.
I never tend to take no
And-
for an answer.
All right, Mr. Moss.
Well, I'm sorry, Mayor.
Oh,
Just
one
one
more?
more
Okay,
point. Just
sorry.
one more point out. And again, I heard a lot about design, bid, build, and as we engage into these plans, I think that there's, in my opinion, we've heard design build, but I haven't heard anything about progressive design build, which is a way of incorporating the engineer with the contractor and have the contractor compete against his or herself for the price. There's great examples out there in the West Coast. I don't know, maybe Tampa Bay Water or other communities that have applied. Fort Myers, I think they've applied progressive design build, and it seems to be successful. I think it's a good delivery method, and I would encourage the administration to take a look at that as a method for delivery, since this is going to be pretty well. I see, Mr.
We're keeping all delivery methods.
Okay, but I hear design bid build, and that kind of talks to me low bid, low bid, low bid, and let's be very careful with that. That's all. Yeah.
Mr. Moss.
Yeah. Well, I thought that was actually an interesting
done.
comment that you guys made. No, you guys just said about keeping all those options on the table, because if we decide to go design build, that decision would be before we start
Yes.
going to the 100%. So I think that if we want to have this discussion, because I know, Manager, I think you're leaning towards the design bid build. I know that we have council members that have expressed.
You know one?
Design build.
Oh.
He looks so happy. Do you see?
Oh, this guy's smiling. I think it's frozen. Oh no, it's not frozen. So, but if we want to have that conversation, I think we should have that conversation. I know that this has come up before, and I'm happy to listen to the different options that are on the table and why the recommendation is for one over the other. I think it's good to have that.
I
and
think
we
that
make
would be a
decision.
good topic to add to
Yeah.
the next workshop.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think that would be a very
Yeah.
important.
We're
item.
getting a little bit far
Yeah.
afield, and
Let me go back to.
I'm letting you
yeah.
guys, but
I'm coming back to it. I just
Yeah.
wanted to kind of spin off on that one. So, coming back to this, one of the items on here that I thought about after our last workshop was they said they don't calculate the space between basically the right of way, right? So from property line to property line, that's not in their calculation. They're calculating everything on the private properties, but they left out the calculation in the right of way of water storage.
In terms of the contributing area they take from the right-of-way line to 75 feet in to a private property.
Yeah, and he told me they don't use anything in the right of way as part of their calculation of storing water or anything like that.
Right, exactly.
Should we do that, or should we add some of that?
That's the most conservative approach. The
Yeah, it's
model,
super conservative, right?
Yeah, you know, so the model will not see the right of way.
Yes.
So it basically is
like you could build a
it's
30-foot high right
it's
of way,
assuming- it's
and
assuming
it's
more water, mainly because the infiltration capacity of the right of way itself is relatively small. So to be on the safe side, it's sort of like, well, if you don't include the right of way and its infiltrative capacity, your models see more water than it might get in reality.
In reality, exactly.
Yeah, but it's
which affects
but it's-
cost and the
yeah, but it's a precious small amount of volume compared to the volume of water that's being generated.
All right. So that was one of my concerns, is that do we want to be
I mean,
that
they can add it in
conservative
if you want
yeah.
them to.
Yeah, I just want to make sure. I thought maybe it was because of the possibility of raising streets that it's not going to affect displacement in any
No,
way, because it's
I
not
think it
calculated.
has more to do with the fact that the groundwater table is rising, and so the infiltrative capacity of that bit of pervious area is sort of inconsequential.
Okay. The second thing is obviously my biggest worry about this whole process is the cost and the financial side of this. And I still think that we need to have some type of discussion on the cost, because we're working at two different angles. One side is building up based on modeling, and the other one is what can we afford? And if they're not lined up, we're going to go back into a problem where we have all these scenarios submitted to us, but we haven't discussed what we're actually able to budget. And either we're scrambling trying to convince people and find money, which we can incorporate that, we'll be looking at grants and things like that. But we have to come to some consensus. Like, is $150 million what we're kind of saying, okay, this is the top? And if so, if they're going back and doing all this and they're coming back to from 300 million to 250 million, we're not even getting close. We have to have a discussion. I mean,
all these scenarios, including the level of service modifications, are going to be translated into cost. So during the workshop that we next have on December 20th, all of these modifications will be in the context of how does it affect cost.
Excellent. Yeah. That's great. But to have a good discussion, then we should already have an idea of what we can afford, so we can see if we're lined up, not just looking at costs and not understanding what are we willing to pay for this. Do we have the money? Do we have the means? If we do, how much?
Right, but you are aware. I mean, you gotta know what they're gonna design. They gotta know what they're designing before they can say
how much it is. That's fine. That's coming from one angle. The other angle is, how much money do you? It's like if you're building a house. Yes, I want to build a house. You can have an architect and engineers build it and tell you what it costs.
But that's based on assumptions about how many zones you're going to do and how fast you're going to do them. I mean, all these things have to, because if you
spread it out more.
Exactly. So.
Well, I would also add to that, when you're building a house, you're building a house for a level of service to the person who's living in the house.
Exactly.
What you're doing and what we've done through every step of the way is get to refinements on level of service.
Yeah.
So what we're talking about now is looking at a level of service that might be very different than the original level of service that was established, and looking at how that translates to cost. So it's like, okay, so if the community is willing to live with 6 inches of water on the road for 6 hours, how much does it cost? Oh, wow, that's a lot. Okay, so how much does it cost if it's 14 inches on the road for 6 hours? And that's the discussion that you're going to have on December 20th. And then at that point, you can decide to yourself, okay, well, 6 inches for 6 hours or 6 inches for an hour or 2 hours translates to this. I think we could probably live with that. And I think people would live with 6 inches of water on the road for 2 hours during a certain storm event. And then you decide, that's
and what we'll do is, based on these different scenarios that they provide us, we're going to provide you 3 portions of cost. One, and remember, this is a high level cost. This is just initial cost. We'll have costs, how we're going to fund that cost, and then how we would afford it over time. So that's what we'll be presenting as well on December 20th.
When is Black and Veatch going to be ready with their system that we can start playing around with the modeling of financials and things like that and phasing the projects? Do we have that? Is it the end of this year?
They're working on it. Yeah.
That's the work order that was
the Black and Veatch
issued to them like 2 months ago. And so right now they're working on setting that whole system up, and they're also working on the detailed scheduling for the next 3 months, 6 months.
So when can we start looking at that? Because that seems like that's the item where we can start talking about how we can finance this, funding, things like that, how we spread it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think that within the next 2 or 3 months, we'll
we should be able to start
something that we can kind of start playing around.
We'll have high level stuff.
Let's stay on topic. Ed, do you want to jump in on the modeling?
All your modeling, Rolly, is looking at 6 hours. Obviously, 8 hours, 12 hours, more hours, the less expensive it's going to be, because you have to move less water per hour or cubic feet per second. Why can't we consider other alternatives besides 6 hours, especially when you're talking about 6 inches, because that might be acceptable at 12 hours, where your 12 inches may only be acceptable to 6 hours till it becomes 6 inches. So I think really you have to look at time as well as height in order to determine the cost involved with the various scenarios. And I thought we were going to get something like a spreadsheet showing different inches, different kind of things. based on different hours and come up with different scenarios of how many cubic feet per hour. Based on that, they would then be able to design the system.
I mean, if you want them to add, like, okay, it's 6 inches for 12 hours as opposed to 6 inches for 6 hours, I mean, they can do that. It's just how many different scenarios do you want them to run? I mean, they can't run 100 different scenarios because there's a certain cost associated per scenario. But you know, if you want them to add an element where it's like 0 to 6 versus 6 to 12, you know, I can talk to them about it and they can add that.
Yeah, I mean, what?
Well, we're talking about so many cubic feet of water from a storm event. So we have to get rid of that number of cubic feet of water over a certain period of time. So obviously, that should be a pretty easy calculation, number one. Number two, what's acceptable and what happens when it goes from 12 inches down to 6 inches? How many hours would that be in the interim before it got to 6 inches? Because maybe 6 inches is tolerable for more than 12 hours or whatever. All I'm saying is that there has to be a number of different combinations that we can look at and put prices to determine what we can afford, what we're going to spend, and what's acceptable.
I thought that's what we just said we're going to do.
Yeah, I mean, based on all these different modifications that are laid out in the memo, that is what we're going to do. They're going to be translated to cost through the different alternatives that we previously were brought to us, alternative 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
Or being recommended. And they're going to make these modifications and they're going to ripple them through to how much these different modifications are going to cost.
And isn't what we're doing include what Ed is talking about?
Well, I mean, right now they have it, you know, duration not to exceed 6 hours. You know, so, you know, allow surface ponding in streets to the crown of road or 6 inches above or 12 inches above or enough for an emergency vehicle to pass, which I believe is like 14 inches, not to exceed 6 hours. So what he's saying is, okay, so instead of it being just not to exceed 6 hours, what if it were 12 hours?
Yeah.
What would be the effect on cost?
But at a lesser height.
What's that?
At a lesser height.
No, at these different heights.
So assuming that water would dissipate, say, in 6 hours.
Right.
The result would be a lesser amount than 14 inches over the crown of the road for 4 hours or 5 hours or 6 hours. Would that be acceptable?
I'm not quite following.
Height.
Yeah.
Of water.
Sure.
Duration of that height versus duration at a lesser height.
Yeah.
You're not following.
No, I'm not following. I mean, it's sort of like, okay, you have 6 inches above the crown of road and it's going to be cleared within 6 hours.
Impassable for a long time, that'd be a problem. If you weren't impassable for a long time, that wouldn't be a problem.
He's saying 12 inches for 6 hours versus 6 inches for 12 hours. That's what he's saying.
I mean, if you want them to run that, I mean, I guess they could run it. I mean, there's like 100 different, there's 1,000 different.
Okay, we're not paying for thousands of modeling. This is what we're here to do. Is we're agree on what criteria we want them to model them.
Right. So based on the discussions that we had at the October 26th workshop, it seemed like these were the different things that we agreed to have them model, and so now we're just trying to, okay, are we good with this, or are we not?
It was a subjective element.
Let me reiterate, Joe.
Trying to describe
Well, we have again. We know.
Hold on, Ed. Hold on. You're talking over Frank. Hold on.
I think we were trying to get to a subjective determination that doesn't require endless modeling. But the question was really, what conditions would be tolerable for a period of time until the water dissipates?
In an extreme event.
In an extreme event. That's
Rare.
right. And I think what drove the desire to get to the bottom of that subjective determination was the late blooming recognition that we actually have lived forever with more than we were building to prevent initially. That we could take more.
Right.
Oh, let me jump into this real quick. So
Sure.
we'll definitely ask them to add time as part of a factor to see the sensitivity on that. But I think, and this is one of the things that I think we all have to kind of wrap our heads around, is that we're not used to a pump system, which means we're not used to water constantly being pulled out of our property, out of our roadways. So even if the worst of all worst storms came and we got 18 inches over the next 24 hours, a pump moving water at 1.2 inches per hour is still going to move it in 12 hours. So an 18 inch, I mean, tell me how frequently an 18-inch rain happens. Once in
more than 100 years.
Yeah. So you know, I think what we have to do, and this is something that I had to do too, is wrap your head around. We're moving from a system that doesn't move water now; it just ponds, to a system that's going to move water. So no matter what, you're going to have a pump system. So, you know, the infrastructure for that pump system is going to be in place. So it really depends on how large that system is, how large you turn up that pump capacity-wise, and how much you turn up that pump velocity-wise.
And that's a good point that he makes, because we're getting caught up again on the total volume versus the intensity per hour. And in truth, it's really about the intensity per hour. Yeah. You know, so if you choose to have a lower pumping capacity, instead of say 2.5 CFS, you go to 1 or 1.5 or 2, it just means that you're going to have more water on the street for a longer period of time. That's it. So that's a good point. Thanks for bringing that up.
Ed?
Joe? Yes. Well, again, to reiterate, we know that, or at least we calculate, the 7-inch rainfall set will produce X amount of millions or cubic feet of water. All I'm saying is that if now we know how long it takes to get rid of that water. If it were using a pump system of X, if it's double X, triple X, whatever it is, we'll then be able to see the resulting thing. Now, instead of figuring 6 inches or 8 inches, why aren't we figuring how much a pump system of, for argument's sake, pumping 1 million gallons a minute, I'm just making up numbers, versus pumping 500,000, 250,000, but do those kind of numbers and see how that works out rather than the other way backwards. Because that will really tell us what the system's going to cost us, and then we can see the results and know time-wise that fine, if they're going to pump it at so many CFMs, we can basically determine what that'll cost us, how long it'll take for various scenarios, and we'll have really a spreadsheet.
Okay, we're getting there. Hold on, Allison.
So, in the memo, in section A7, no, it's, what is it, 12? Gosh, Roman numerals, it's been a while. Number 1, crown of road. What is the definition of crown of road?
It's like the high point.
So
it's
where
like
it says crown of road,
the lowest point of the road. So imagine a road kind of undulates. It's not perfectly flat. If it were perfectly flat, the crown of the road would be just the highest point of the road. The middle of the road would be the crown of the road. So you can have, but like a road kind of undulates a little bit. So the crown of the road would be the highest point of the low point
of the lowest.
Of the low point of the road. Okay. So the water would be
Never
at
be
the
more
crown
than
of
that.
road there, but then, you know, elsewhere on the road where the crown is maybe 2 inches higher, there wouldn't be any water there.
I see. I was confused by crown of road, low point of roadway.
Right.
I
Right.
get it now.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other thing way earlier that came to mind when we were when Brett was talking about the information that we'll need to make our decision in terms of, in addition to this modeling and what it says, and I think this is kind of what we can get from Black and Veatch, but if we can maybe see the other direction you were talking about, Brett, if we can maybe see some just lump sum numbers, scenarios, how it breaks down to like individual properties, what they're likely to see, the impact over how much time, or I understand this one is really, really difficult. One, because I'm so not done trying to get easements to get this cost down. Like, I think we need easements all over the place. The more outfalls, the better. Dissipation structures, like, I want to see zeros coming off the end of our original estimate. But additionally, we're looking for grants, and there's going to be lots of other people's money coming in. But if we could have just broad strokes, so that when we're talking to people about really, I think Ed was asking for this the other night too, what it's going to cost to, someone whose house is, their property tax bill is X. Just some general ideas for large lump sums. And then if we can put that next to the dollar amounts we get with this modeling, I think we can feel more comfortable making a decision.
And we will provide that. So what you'll see in December, we're getting close to December. There's really, in the end, there's in the most simplistic of all ways, there's 4 ways that we're going to pay for this. One is either general fund now through capital improvement investment. 2 is other people's money through grants. 3 would be from stormwater fees, and 4 would be from the general obligation bond. Stormwater fees could either be paid back, would be paid back through obviously stormwater fees. Stormwater fees through stormwater fees, and then the bond will be paid back by future general fund. So we'll lay that out. What we believe would have to be paid from each of those 4. Obviously, more other people's money is better. And then what we'll do is show you over time what that would do to impact the millage and the stormwater fees.
Yeah, I think it's important that we really can look at the impact on individual people and their bills, right? Because stormwater, general obligation bond, general fund now is all, that burden is still on Key Biscayne properties. So having an idea of what that really means over how much time, I think what people are worried about is just the unknown.
And we will do that. Obviously paying mostly attention to zone 1 because we know more of that than anyone else, so we can extrapolate to the other zones. But what we'll do is we'll show the costs and then we'll roll them out over for a general obligation bond, which is 30 years. I believe the loan for state revolving fund is 20 years, so we'll roll that out over time to show you the cost.
We're really getting away from the modeling, so let's focus on the modeling so we can continue.
And I don't mean to...
Mr. Vasquez and then Mr. Moss.
Sorry. I don't intend to deviate from the model, but I'd like to be able to offer a perspective here that, yes, we can look at all these numbers and we can say, okay, 6 inches for 6 hours, or look at all these things. But at the end of the day, I want everybody to know that we are getting an opinion of cost. We're not getting the true construction cost of this project. And I'm concerned that, and I agree, I mean, we don't want to model this thing to death. We don't want to get stuck modeling it just to be able to reduce an opinion of cost. The issue here, the big elephant in the room, is the deliverable. If we don't have a deliverable determine at this point whether we're going to go with the design build, design bid build, etc., we're going to be at the contractor's mercy, and they're going to do once they capture the site, then forget about the price that we originally opined on. Well, we have a real cost and a real contractor. So what I'm suggesting here is that we're paying a lot of attention to this, which is great. I think we need to do that. Let's not get too bogged down in the granular stuff, but let's really look at what the deliverable is going to be. I have not heard yet from the program manager. I have not heard anything yet about what the best deliverable is for us to have control of that major risk, which is the construction. It's not going to be 35 million. Once a contractor gets a hold on that site and he starts ripping up utilities and bothering everybody, and you're going to have issues, and these projects can escalate tremendously. So please, I ask everyone, I agree with this. This is fine. I'm fine with the modeling. I'm okay with everything here, but let's really pay attention to the deliverable. I have not seen that yet.
Okay.
So, with that, I'll leave it.
Yeah, Brett?
I agree with you as well. Especially when we do the dig once, it's going to be complicated. Let's go to the modeling. I think what Councilmember London said is important. When I look at this, I still feel that number 1 is not something that we're even going to choose. I think it's, again, we're talking about super rare, extraordinary events, and just to have at the Crown of Road, again, I don't know why we would be designing something to that at that level, and having that gone in 6 hours. if we were to swap something out and have what Ed was speaking about, changing the time, maybe we swap out number 1. Actually, before I go there, I just wanted to ask a quick question. Number 4, what is the depth? It says the depth for passing vehicles, emergency vehicles. Do we know what the depth is?
14 inches.
All right, so that's 14 inches. So that's like a worst case scenario. So why not we take number 4 and then put that as 12 hours so we can see what one more level would be that's even more extraordinary, that, again, I can live with 12 hours for a storm that might pass 3 years in the next 25 years, or 3 times in the next 25 years. So
So you're saying get rid of 1 and add a 5 that is the same as 4, except that it's 12 hours as opposed to 6.
yeah, to see what that gives us, because that's going to be a less expensive
It's going to be the
option.
least expensive
Yeah.
option out.
My worry is that we're going to get 1 through 4, and it's barely a change from what we had before. It's going to drop, but what, from 300 to 275? It's still going to be a tremendous amount of cost to us, and I'm not even sure why we're looking at number 1.
But excuse me, but are we? We're not going to design for the worst storms, right?
We are designing for
we're
the
not
10
designing
years.
for the, we're not designing for the worst storm.
Yeah,
We're
there's
designing
100
for a
here
level
for
of
10 years.
service.
Right. And what we talked about was those moments of intensity that are within usually the first hour, right? This is what we talked about.
It could be an hour or 2 at some point during the storm. It might not necessarily be the first hour. It could be the 6th hour. It could be the 8th hour. But for a couple hours, it might have an intensity that exceeds our pumping capacity.
But I thought that we had already talked about this, that Brett brought up. When you looked at the chart, there were 4 storms over 32 years or something like that. We're not designing for those 4 storms.
No.
Right.
No, we're not designing for those 4
Okay, so
storms.
is that where you're going back to that, or?
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is, yeah, there could be other mid-level storms that we can get that have a more intensity for a rapid hour that need to get drained, and obviously those will flood. They may not last as long as some of these other ones. But what I'm trying to say is that when we get the cost coming back, I still feel like we're going to be like, okay, none of these 4, they're still way too expensive. Now we have to go back and run another model. And I'm thinking, number 1, is that one in these extreme circumstances? Is that one that we really feel like that we want to see the price for, or do we want to lower it a little bit to something more realistic? I don't know. And I like the idea of 12 hours. I mean, maybe that's something that we are not looking at.
So you could do 6 inches above the crown of road for 12 hours, as opposed to and 6 inches above the crown of road for less than 6 hours. 6 and 12. You could do that. I mean, it's in a way, it's up to you to decide what you want to do.
But that one may be still more expensive than the 6 hour one, 14. I don't know if we should try to find one more that can be one more drop down in price to see what we're looking at and how much that affects it. I don't know.
The worst case scenario, your 14-inch emergency vehicle for 12 hours.
Yeah, that would be one that maybe it would be more valuable to see that one for me than number 1.
That works
I
for
mean,
me.
that's up to you.
Yeah, no, we have to make this decision that's what we're going to get. If
I
not,
can
we're going to have to ask
support
them to
that.
run another model to see that.
So you want to see 14 inches for 6 hours and 14 inches for 12 hours.
And not
And not crown of road for less than 6 hours.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
All right.
I don't know. I know Ed wants to say
One
something.
more thing can I add, Joe? We ought to ask Chief Lang to look at increasing the size of the tires on the trucks from 20 inch to 24 inch, 22 inch, which would raise the 14 inches, probably to 16 inches they could pass.
Quick question. How much what are we talking about for every iteration of these models? I mean, I'm concerned that we're just going to keep modeling, and I'm telling you, I think this is a great exercise, but at the end of the day, I'm not sure it's going to really affect the price that much.
Well, I think we'll get a real idea with Brett's.
I think you might be surprised at how
scenario.
much the price will change. I mean, based on the conversations that I've had with Tom and with Robert, the modeler guys, I think it'll be different than what you're
But how many iterations are we talking about, and what's the price estimated for, what are we talking about for this?
Well, this is 13 different modeling runs for four different alternatives, so 13 times 4, and it's, 52. I don't know, whatever it is.
What's
50 some odd, 52? That's 52 model runs.
52
That's a lot of model runs.
Yeah, that's a lot. And then the more iterations we create, the more incisive.
Well, you can model yourself to death.
If that's why we don't miss the forest for the trees on this one. We just we really need to be sure that we're looking at something pragmatic, consistent. No, it's never going to be perfect. It's not an exact science. It isn't by far.
I mean, my personal opinion, my professional opinion, these are very rational modifications to
I'm okay with it as long
and
as
to
we
level
don't
of service.
continue.
And I think would be a very good reflection of something that makes sense.
All right,
Now, if
are
you
we
wanna
there?
keep
Are we
splitting
there now?
hairs,
That's with our change?
Yeah.
You feel that way with?
Yeah.
So should I make a motion to make that
Please.
change?
To
I
do-
make a
and
motion.
this is an amendment, to
motion to
the,
amend it.
to the motion.
There's one other thing that Brett mentioned, I just want to drill down on, which was the right of way. I thought at the October meeting that one of the takeaways, for me at least, was that we could tolerate some pooled water. Had nothing to do with the infiltration rate. It had to do with storing water, ponding in the right of way, up to a certain.
So now what's going to happen is it's going to pond over the road and it's going to pond over the right of way. It's just going to pond. It's just going to pond all the way across the board. It's not going to be just constrained to the street. It's going to be street, right of way, properties.
Yeah, if we go 14 inches, it's going to be.
But the way you calculate it is that you're not calculating the first ponding that's happening in the swales before it gets to the street, because that's not calculated into the calculation, right? It's like you have your two right of ways, and then it's just a flat street all the way across that's lifting up in water. I get that's what I understood, that the right of ways are not being included in storing anything in the swales before it gets to the street.
Our rights of way are not swales at this point. They don't store anything. They're just infiltration. They're just pervious area. So previously, they didn't count the right of way as pervious.
Okay.
So they just factored that water is going to end up in the pipes. Now, if you want to, they can calculate that. They can base their calculations on volumetric calculations, including some perviousness of the right of way. The reason they didn't do that is because we're essentially losing that perviousness. As groundwater rises, you don't really have any unsaturated zone to absorb, store water.
Okay.
So it's more conservative to just not really worry about the perviousness of the right-of-way and just figure that the water is going to end up in the pipe. That's all. Okay. Right now, the way it is, water is going to be across all of the road and across the right-of-way and into people's properties.
And the depth is calculating using it from the whole right of way. When they're talking about 12 inches,
It's right away.
it's
It's the
area.
road. It's the right of way
Okay.
to 75 feet into people's properties, as opposed to 100 feet, which is what
Let
they
me
did
have the
before.
amendment.
Councilmember Moss, can you clarify your
Yeah,
motion?
so my amendment is to remove option number 1 and under A, whatever that is, what, 12? A12? I think it's A12.
Yeah,
A12-1.
A12-1.
All right, we're going to remove that one, and we're going to add another one, 5, I guess. You can make a new number 1, which will allow surface ponding in streets to a depth that is passable by emergency response vehicles for a duration not to exceed 12 hours, and that's 14 inches in depth.
And is there a second for the motion?
Second to the amendment.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, the amendment's before us. Any discussion on the amendment that's been proffered by Mr. Moss?
Are we getting this for free?
What's that?
Are we gonna get this for free?
No, but we're removing one.
Oh,
and
we're
adding it.
removing
Yeah,
one
so
to
it's
add
a-
one. I'm
it's a
sorry.
slight,
I
yeah.
didn't hear that part of it,
Okay.
so I'm good with that.
And all these modelings are in the price that we've agreed to?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so, on the entire resolution,
On the resolution as amended, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No more models.
Motion carries. Excuse me. The
okay.
next item is public comments, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I've got one left over. We didn't get to, Ricky Joffre.
That's right. Okay, I'll be very brief. Glad to be the last word on this. and there will be no math required in my comments. I promise.
Sir, I'm sorry, your name and address.
Okay. Ricky Joffrey, 710 North Mashta. So I moved to the Key in the 1980s. Moved away, came back, moved away again, came back, and now I'm raising my family here. And for the last 4 years, I've been a team manager associated with the Key Biscayne Soccer Club. And I've seen the trajectory of this club change in a very positive direction under the guidance of Marcelo Radice's group. And I want to say that it's a nice combination of excellence and, most importantly, of building community within this very special community that we have. People don't come from any other place. They only come from Key Biscayne. You go to Weston, people come from Weston, they come from here, they come from there. Doral, same thing. We come from here. And Marcelo and his crew get it. They build that bond with the community. They build that bond with the kids, with the parents. And I'll leave you with this. All you had to see was what they put together on Sunday, which was a parent, coach, friendly event where you had tons of kids. Kids that play, kids that don't play, parents that are parents of kids that play, parents that aren't kids of parents that play. They were all together. They were having a wonderful time. And in the end, we can always point back and see that straight line of community, togetherness, and excellence in teaching our young men and women the value of sports and competition and the value of community. And I just want to associate myself with all the positive comments in favor of Marcelo maintaining the management of the soccer club. That's it.
Thank you. All right. Appreciate your coming out.
The next item.
Let me skip because we got to do Madam Clerk, can you do the second item, election of vice mayor, which is something we need to do. Mr. Chad, can you tell us what the procedures are that's based on our charter?
Based on our charter, we need to pick a vice mayor at this meeting every year, and we typically, there's discussion. And then someone makes a motion. So,
okay,
it's been a very, informal process that ends with a formal vote. So,
can't believe it's November already.
Yeah.
Do we have any motions?
I'll suggest a motion.
Okay.
I would suggest that Councilmember McCormick ought to become the next vice mayor.
I'd second it.
Second that, yeah.
Okay. Any other nominations? Seeing none. Any other discussion on the motion? I think it's a fine choice. And it's good that she's right next to me, so I can do this and move this over here.
I thought you were going to take it and go like this.
No,
I'm getting big for my britches.
I can take off. Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much. It's an honor, and I'm really, really surprised how short it's going to be. Did you look at the new proposed calendar, Brett? There's a meeting on there we will not attend.
I know. Actually, we might, but it might be down there.
I'll definitely still want to be
you'll
coming. Yeah. Thank you, Frank.
This will probably be an opportune time. Mr. Manager, as much as I love to have our residents come and give us their opinions, why an item that isn't on the agenda got so much play? Is there the RFP is on the street, or what's going on?
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, are you referring to the soccer issue?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, yes, in fact, the RFP is out. In fact, we've already received in bids. So it is in procurement, so we have to be really careful about staying at the top level. So I'll stay at the top level. As you know, over the last 3 years, the council has asked us to go out for bid and relooking all of our contracts. We know we've brought many of them to you over the last year, whether it be landscaping, whether it be facilities, whether it be custodial. And now we're starting to move to the soccer program and other sports program as well. So it was put out for bid approximately a month and a half ago. We've received, I'm not sure exactly how many bids we've received, but we are moving on in later this month for an evaluation process. We're identifying an evaluation committee. 3 members will come from the Village Athletic Advisory Board, 2 will come from our staff, and 1 will come from external to the village, an individual from, I believe it's South Miami, who also runs a similar program. So we'll get also opinions from external to the village. They'll have a 2-step process. They'll review the proposals to make sure that it meets the criteria that we're looking for to run this program. They will select the firms that they believe have an obvious cut lines that can provide the services that we're looking for, and then they'll bring them in, do interviews, a presentation, question and answer to make sure that they in fact are the ones that we would like to move forward.
So we're still far away from a decision point here, right?
We are, yes. The evaluation committee will go through that process. They'll make a recommendation to me. We'll have that conversation. I'll turn around and make a recommendation to the council. We hope to be able to present that to you all in February, March timeframe.
Okay.
The current contractor will continue to operate through the soccer season, which will end in June of next year. One of the reasons why we want to make sure that we know who the new or the current contractor is going to be is that we'll have a good transition period between the selection of the council and when that firm will take over.
Okay. All right. On the same topic.
Yeah. Just quick question. If can you send us the RFP? I haven't seen it. I just would love to.
Sure, we'll be happy
look
to
at it.
Yeah, we'll be happy to share it with you. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
So the reason for this was the systematic normalcy of putting out vendor relationships to bid periodically.
Right.
Yeah, I found it interesting that I liked when Todd shared about the community center vendor, that it wasn't that we were unhappy with the previous one, but that we had decided as a point of policy within the community that we will routinely and systematically review all contracts, and when they're up, we go out to bid. And we started with some of our longest standing contractors, like our facilities maintenance company that we've used since incorporation pretty much. And so we're doing this for every single contract the village has in an effort to be fair, inclusive, and operate the way that a government operates, sort of different than a private company. So I hope that answers questions and fears that there's anything else afoot, because clearly this is the same as every other contract that we're doing. I like sharing the selection process, because that is also how RFPs are done, is mandated by the state of Florida. And having selection committees is what we always do. And the idea that we're leaving the VAB out, that's not true. So thank you for clarifying. I hope it makes people feel better. And also for me, it was nice to hear positive things about soccer, because we don't always. So that was nice.
Okay.
Observation, if I might.
Yes.
It seems also true to me, and I'll just suggest this as a consideration when it comes to selection, that not all contract relationships are the same. Some are more in the nature of something alike to personal services, requiring discretion, they're not generic. And different people deliver a different product in part because of their personal characteristics. I imagine that observation applies in this case. This isn't just resume selection. People bring different qualities to tasks.
Which I think is important for the selection committee when they're looking to be aware of and to know how people feel.
That's right. That's my view.
I agree.
Just thought it funny that somehow it was suggested that people just trading slots up here, and I don't know. I haven't been up here in 20 years, so I don't know who I'm trading with. But be that as it may,
I don't know, my seats moved around in the last 8. Maybe that was it.
yes. Can we move to I'd like a report on the music festival?
Good evening, Mayor, council members. So there was a series of meetings conducted between the promoter, City of Miami, Miami-Dade County, and Key Biscayne Police. I attended every meeting with the exception of one, and I will say that this promoter was very conscientious of Key Biscayne and the Key Biscayne residential needs. I think you're all aware, being here a number of years, that the roadway that we exit and enter upon is not our roadway. It's a county roadway. I will say I spent a lot of time on the phone this weekend. Saturday, the county just didn't execute their plan Saturday. There's just no other way around it. The manager and I had extensive communication. Sunday morning I woke up. I had a meeting with the promoter at 9 a.m., which was followed with a meeting with the number 2 at Miami-Dade County and Miami's police chief. Sunday's plan went according to what should have been on Saturday. One other further complication that we learned is that there was a wedding in Virginia Key on Saturday also, and J-Lo sang at that wedding. So that brought 2,000 more people. I didn't find that out till earlier today from the promoter. Look, I do believe this is a collaborative effort. There is communication. I want to really stress that, and I explained it to the manager and the mayor. I understand a lot of our residents were inconvenienced on Saturday, and I made that very clear Sunday morning when we had our meeting. And look, we understand that there's events, and we understand that they're going to happen, but they need to understand that it shouldn't take our residents over an hour to go 3 miles. It's just unacceptable. I conveyed that. The manager and I have had several discussions. I will tell you, this promoter was extremely proactive. In his defense, he wasn't aware of what was going on Saturday night when I was dealing with our lieutenant on scene and our sergeant and the county. There was a different command staff there on Sunday afternoon, but I do believe with the relationship that we had and the conversation we had and describing what our expectations were, the plan went the way it should have gone on Sunday, and that's the way it should have gone on Saturday. The promoter did keep in contact with us throughout the day. He called me probably 5 or 6 times on Sunday to check in on us, to make sure that the plan was going the way it should have been, and he even sent an email to the manager and I first thing Monday morning. We are going to have an after action. I saw Chief Morales today at another event, and we had a discussion about it. So there is an after action that's going to occur off of the event, and we'll discuss the things that worked, the things that didn't work, and all we can keep doing is talking. But I do want to stress, I think it's important that we're talking. There's a lot of relationships that have been built that we've worked hard to get at this table, and although it wasn't perfect, and I get people were inconvenienced, there's conversations, and that's more than what we had when I first got here. So I'll take any questions.
We'll start over here, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sure we have a method to handle emergencies, right? Get somebody there and but there's other stuff too that folks, like my father-in-law needed to get to the doctor. He was in pain. We had to take him there, but it wasn't an emergency. It required an ambulance. But, people have things that they need to do. And I think that what concerns folks is the fact that, in my opinion, at least, I don't see a real traffic advisor or something that you can look at the GPS and see that the traffic is stuck, but I think we need to do an outreach. I think we need to try to help our residents to try to move along in one way or another. Intelligent transportation systems. There's no coordination that I've seen between, apart from you guys are talking, but nothing really that can guide the traffic in the proper way. and move properly, or advise the traffic how long they're gonna take to get from here to there before they get in that traffic, because they get bogged down in the bottleneck. I haven't seen that, maybe I missed it, but, you know, I know you guys are talking, I know you're trying to be, I'm very happy that there's a lot of communication, that you're trying to coordinate this, but we're missing something here, some element that I think we could probably do a little bit better. And like I said, intelligent transportation systems help move the traffic forward.
I think, Bart, the biggest issue here, and it's not a secret to anybody, we have 2 lanes, and
I know.
It's the volume. It's the volume. Listen, traffic started Saturday. I got the first phone call around 2:30, and we put out events. We sent out that there was delays. I was in communication with the manager. I was in communication with the mayor, and then Crandon Park's letting out. The marina's letting out. And listen, the traffic. There was an MOT on plan. It was communicated. It was sent out. We put out events. We put it on Instagram. It was on Village Connect. We put it out, and I understand it's not the full in-depth MOT that everybody has. It's just volume. And then what happened Saturday is I really feel priority wasn't given outbound, and that's where the delays were created. And look, a major difference too is we lost a lane in their MOT. They had a lane coned off. We eliminated that Sunday. And it made a huge difference. You know, when you're adding an extra lane just to put more vehicles in, it's gonna open up the flow of traffic. But I understand your concern. I can tell you this, I spoke to Chief Lang and I spoke to our staff that was working. Chief Lang, I think, had 5 or 6 transports on Saturday. They got them all out in a timely manner. It was, you know, I mean, I know that the private citizen doesn't have it. If there's an emergency, we turn on our lights and sirens and people move out of the way.
That's a real-life emergency.
Yeah, a real-life emergency.
Emergencies too.
But I understand life happens, like you said. People have medical conditions. They need to get to a doctor. They need to get to the hospital. We certainly understand that and sympathize and are empathetic towards that.
I know.
Yeah, I was kind of gonna say what you were gonna say a little bit, but you know, I have a friend who left at 10 o'clock p.m. to go pick up his daughter in Pinecrest, and it took him 3 hours. He got back at literally 1 o'clock in the morning. And he says 2 hours was just sitting on Bear Cut Bridge, watching them just emptying out the parking lot as the priority, and it was just standstill for everybody sitting on that bridge. So we got to get this under control. I mean, we have to say this is unacceptable and sit down, and because obviously there's communication breakdown that night. You guys fix it on Sunday, great. But we got to get control because it seems like this is more frequent. This is, you know, there's larger events starting to pop up all over, which is great, but at the same time is causing massive problems, and they have to abide by that. I think one thing that I don't like hearing, because I don't think it really helps any argument, is how much we pay in taxes. I don't really think that the county responds well to that. I mean, even though that our taxes is a drop in the bucket to the budget they receive anyways. But I think more of what Councilmember Vasquez was saying is, you know, the compassion of people trying, you know, that might be in pain, that might need to go somewhere or something like that. I think those are the things that resonate down there. So I think that the approach that we take on getting them to respond to what we want to do, we have to take the right approach. But yeah, we got to get this under control. This is getting really bad.
So listen, I can tell you in the conversations the manager and I have had with the county and with representatives that assist us in these matters, that's always been the approach we've taken. It's never been about tax base, wealth, you know, income. It's always been about, hey, our residents, this is their one way in, one way out, and life happens. They have things that come up. They need to be places. And what I said to the commander Saturday night, I think it was like at 7:30, I said, hey, I can understand the 20-minute delay. You know, I think all of our residents understand that. But an hour and 20 minutes, 2 hours, that's not acceptable. It's not fair. It's not fair to our residents. It's not fair to our visitors. And we understand that events are good, but it was something, I can't tell you how much it was stressed upon. And you know, unfortunately, the entity for the county that handles traffic on the causeway for special events isn't the entity that's there every day. But they got the message on Sunday. So, you know, I know it doesn't help Saturday, but I believe the after action is going to be a spirited discussion.
Who is the entity that you're saying, referring to in the county?
So when there's a large event and it reaches over a certain number of people, it's special events for the county.
Okay. Do you know what that threshold is?
I want to say 6,000 people. Anything over 6,000, they handle. I'll get the number for you and I'll email it to you.
Do they have a special events director? Well, I like to talk to them. I mean, I
They
think it's
do,
a great
and
opportunity for us.
we're in communication with them, and
Yeah.
and look, I really think let the manager and I try to take a diplomatic approach to this. It was stressed to the special events personnel, but it's a lieutenant, you know, and this is a lieutenant that's going to the meeting, and I know a lot of people don't understand the hierarchy chain of command, but when there's an off duty, a major can come from Hammocks or Cutler Ridge, and they're working a traffic post there, and I'm sending my lieutenant, who's a high rank commanding person here, but it's still a major, and there's that paramilitary respect. But I know that our frustrations were heard on Sunday. Listen, the lieutenant that was working Sunday's been here 17 years, and her comment to me Sunday afternoon was, I don't know what you said, I've never seen them move like this. So I think we made a lot of progress Sunday morning because there was a lot of frustration during our meeting, and I conveyed it to the manager and the mayor. We just got to continue reiterating this and seeing it get to that fruition. I think if we need to get to that involvement, certainly we can get it at that point. Let us get through the after action. There's a change in leadership. I don't know if you're aware at Miami-Dade. They just announced it last week. So let us get these, because I don't know if it's going to have a ripple effect on who's in charge of where. Usually when they change leadership, all the positions change at the higher ups. We have a good relationship with the captain there. I spoke to the number 2. She's in the mix for the sheriff position. So she understood how we felt, and I reiterated how our residents felt because I spoke to the mayor, the manager, and residents were texting me.
Let's go over here, Mr. Kaplan.
Couple of thoughts, more for perspective than strategy. What's really dismaying about this is that this has happened so often. And every time it happens, it'll never happen again because we've learned the lesson. We know what the maintenance of traffic plan now needs to not say because of what didn't work. And yet, boat show, ultra, it just still happens. One strategy that we employed a long time ago was events are not great everywhere. Not everything in life should happen anywhere in the world. And the problem with events in Virginia Key is that this is essentially a cul-de-sac. And to depend on the weakest link in a fallible chain not breaking under something as complicated as an MOT in the midst of an event maelstrom is arguably asking for too much at risk, too much downside, too little control. At the same time, the point about self-interest, especially at the city, was that if they don't make this work, the politics will become untenable in some unforeseeable way at some unforeseen time in the future, and they really won't be able to do this anymore, despite their clamor to be able to do so. So kind of self-policing emerged that, we really do have to figure this out, because this really does need to work, or it won't be sustainable. And all of this is 12 years ago, and we're still afflicted periodically. I wouldn't say it's wrong to say that it was true maybe 12 years ago that every single event was a problem. I don't think that's true today. So there's improvement.
Yeah, and listen, this promoter is the same promoter that did the boat show in May, and the boat show went off without any traffic woes or concerns. So I really believe he understands the intricacies of our residents and for us and what it means entering and exiting. And look, like I said, he was very proactive. Just there was definitely a failure to execute the plan on Saturday. There's no way they can tell me that it was correct, because when we made the correction Sunday, I think our biggest delay was 20 minutes.
Well, two observations just from sitting here. One is Brett's friend sat there for a long time while traffic just poured out. That's not supposed to happen. It's supposed to be sequenced. And the second was you mentioned losing a lane on Saturday.
We knew we were going to lose that lane. ahead of time. We did. And look, the city and I expressed concerns. The MLT was approved, and you know, the city commander that expressed a concern is the commander of the Causeway. So I think when you listen to the commander or myself, who have daily experience of dealing with the intricacies of the Causeway, it makes a difference. And let me say this about the county: the captain that we have out here right now is fantastic. Because of the threshold, it's not his call in command. It goes to special events. You know, in special events defense on Sunday, you know, they did, once we had our meeting, and it was lengthy, and we had a lot of communication throughout the day, it was executed. But there was definitely a failure Saturday.
Mayor, you have a
Wait.
So, Frank, I think you shared a lot of what I was going to say, but I would agree that I don't think every single event is always a failure now. And as we saw, this particular one was doable Sunday. Clearly mistakes made Saturday. So, in addition, like strategy-wise, in terms of diplomacy, I think there's something really to be learned at what was different on Sunday from Saturday, and where some self-reflection on where the breakdown was for why Saturday happened the way that it did. And I don't know, my mother taught me you catch more flies with honey than vinegar. I think you start with, wow, Sunday was a huge improvement. Let's look at what was better. And how do we avoid Saturday ever happening again?
No, and listen, I agree. You know, I've said it several times since I've been up here. Obviously, we haven't had the opportunity to have the after action, you know, being that the council meeting was scheduled 2 days after. We have been in contact with the promoter, and we're definitely going to have a seat at that table. And listen, quite frankly, I said on the phone Sunday to everybody from all the different entities, put egos aside. We need to talk about what works and what doesn't work. And it's not a tax-based issue. If it was your family member, you would be irate. And to Vice Mayor Kaplan's point, the notion that it's an event, it's expected, that doesn't fly, because there's events everywhere, every weekend, every city. So we have to be mindful of our neighbors. We have to be mindful of our surroundings. And yes, we have choke points because of our design and the way we're built. But all of those things were discussed several times, including a walkthrough.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a point that it's not just backed up for people to get off the island. I mean, this went down Harbor, Fernwood. It started going into all the neighborhood.
Oh, I know.
And everybody was backed up. People had to just abandon their cars and walk home. So it's backing up much farther than just that street. And I think we should also possibly talk to them about limits. If you're going to have parking on site, there's a limit of how many cars can go there. And after that, they have to find some other type of system, because I don't know how many people were at this event. Was it 20,000 or something?
No, there was 6,800 tickets sold. It did not get the success that they thought they were going to have. Wow. It was very limited. It wasn't, I think Saturday he gave away some comp tickets, so I think Saturday's numbers were closer to 8,000. Sunday was only 300 less people, according to their ticket counts.
Okay.
So it wasn't what they had initially planned for. I think the issue Saturday was compounded by the bus lane, and then what we asked them to not do is a bus would come, they would stop traffic, let the bus go, and then let traffic go for 3 seconds. Then a car came, they'd stop instead of holding them in a queue like we had asked. Those were two of the big changes we made on Sunday, and we saw great improvements.
Excellent.
I'd like to pipe in also. I, like all of you, are impacted by everything that happens on the quay, and it took me an hour 15 minutes to get out on Saturday. Sequence of events. So, the things begin to build up, and you start getting texts, and you start getting information. And at one point, the chief says to me, "No, it's 30 minutes. It's not." One of the problems, and I agree with you, and I've talked many times with the chief, and is the data issue. We don't have enough data that that tells us more about how big a problem that we have. And so I think that that's something that the manager is also very aware of, and will work towards, is giving us enough information so that we can immediately start making some changes. It took me to get from my house to Crandon and Harbor, took 45 minutes. I sat in line in front of the yacht club for 20, 30 minutes. I heard also from a lot of people, those people that were leaving. I left the house about 6:15. People that left in the 5 o'clock hour, those people had it worse. Those people told me 2 hours. I hadn't heard what Brett heard about a 3 hour. That's a new one on me, but I did hear plenty of people talk about the 2 hour, and then those are the people that left probably in the 5 o'clock hour. One of the things that would help is if we could figure out, and maybe we can't, but if we know when that peak period is going to be, so that, yeah, we're putting out communication, but if we could refine that communication to say, you know, the peak hour is likely to be between 5 and 7, you know, it's not going to solve all the problems, but some people could say, okay, I won't go out now and I'll wait. The other issue is knowing the dynamic of the Crandon Park, for example. You know, how many cars are in there, and how many cars does it take at that peak hour that confounds and makes that problem worse? We need to have that conversation with the county. Is okay, you know, on days like this, are you going to have 25,000 people going in? Is it okay to fill Crandon Park? You know, because if that peak period is going to be 5 to 7, and everybody gets out of the beach at, you know, 5 to 7, you know, we're just like destined to fail, right? So that's another thing. Some constituents suggested to me this, and I'll pass it on. See if it's, you know, if it's possible. Can we sometimes on that left turn can you do 2 lanes and get, you know, double the number of people out of the way, get them into that parking lot? Is that a possibility that we could look at that and say, okay, we'll put cones here and cones there and steer 2 instead of 1 at a time, and that might help. I want you guys to go through the process of doing it as diplomatically as possible. But when you're through, I'm going to take a shot at it, and you guys can be part of that. But we definitely need to send this message the higher up as possible that I agree with you. 20, 30 minutes, you know, it's an inconvenience, but okay, it happens. It happens in all communities, all over Dade County. But, you know, an hour and a half, 2 hours is not acceptable. And that's just, even though we planned, it's not enough good planning. So,
I like the idea of the blackout time. Like, if we know beaches get out between 5 and 7, they should not be able to park at that time. It's either you get everybody in before that, or you got to wait after. But that shuts down. So too bad.
Some way that we can help with that situation, because
if I just may, I mean, I think everybody would be surprised how easy, well, not easy, but accessible the solution is to this. If we can get these stakeholders together and start applying intelligent transportation systems or traffic systems that move the traffic based on the logistics that are there. These things are always, I mean, they're being applied in highways, they're being applied in airports, for parking, for everything. I mean, if we just there is technology out there. When the infrastructure fails us, we have the technology that can support us, and we have systems that work on those logistics. What troubles me is the fact that we cannot get these folks together to think that way.
So, Councilmember, I've run my previous agency, I've run large events. I've
Yeah.
run events that bring 30,000 people onto a barrier island. It's easier said than done. You know, you could have the best traffic plan. The county wrote almost 200 tickets in 2 days because now you have rideshare coming in. And that's how the majority of the people are coming to these events. And the rideshare is clogging a lane. And there's no way you can geofence it. We've contacted Uber, we contacted Lyft. They won't do it. I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm letting you know in my experience, and I've run Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show, Tortuga. Traffic was a nightmare, and you minimize it. I think the talking is the most important thing, and the manager and I are going to do that.
If I would add though, Chief, and I think what I hear you saying though, so maybe we do have to take an MOT to the next level, right? Maybe technology needs to be a part of an MOT. So let's talk to the special events folks. Let's see if instead of doing your standard cone MOT, which we've been doing for 40, 50 years, maybe we can add some technology. I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
But let's give it a shot. And that might be something that if these producers are coming out here and doing these events, perhaps that they need to invest in these things.
And I think it's a concurrency type thing. If they won the events, have them pay
so
for that and have them
let's see if
support
this
that.
is something we can.
And I think it's also important that the people understand that long term, the ideas, the master plan that we put together would solve these issues because people can make left-hand turns without stopping any traffic, and that would allow this all. So that's all long term. What we're talking about is the short term, the next 10 years.
And we are working very hard on that, and we will, get more information to the public as it becomes available and as we move that process along. So that is concurrently happening, whether it be the design of the Bear Cut Bridge or the design of the Rickenbacker Causeway. We are constantly working on that on a month-to-month basis. So please be reassured that those things are not put to the side. They are part of our ongoing conversations with the county. Couple of things that we need to get to. If I could get, let me just talk to you a little bit about 13F for a second. This was something that was suggested to us by Commissioner Regalado. And if you don't have any objection, is to the creation of a special needs board that would handle the kinds of things that the village has been starting to develop. And if you guys are, and guys and gals are okay with it, we'll have the village attorney start producing some kind of advisory board that we can model it after Coral Gables or one of the other ones that are also very effective. And so if that would be okay with all of you, so that they can bring that back at some future council.
I'm in support of that. My quick question is do they call it the Unique Abilities Advisory Board? Because I didn't understand what that was when I read it.
Okay.
And now I understand as soon as you explained it.
So,
well, let me kind of put some context into America, because you and I met with Commissioner Regalado on that. Is what she's looking at doing, obviously at the from the county level. She's trying to put together a regional approach to this, using Coral Gables, who's pretty advanced on special needs, unique ability needs. I think that's kind of moving to be the new word, open phrase. I think we need to be, learn the right phrasing. And I believe that's what Coral Gables calls their board.
There's the disability board.
That's right. There's disability, but they're moving towards the different one. So
which is not the right word.
She's looking at creating a kind of a hub and spoke approach, where Coral Gables would be the central one. South Miami would bring something in. City Miami we bring in. So we'd all have our specialty skills, and how would we work together? And so she suggested all these communities bring together a board like this and begin to identify, what does Key Biscayne want to be known for? What are our requirements? How do we engage into this greater group?
Sounds great to me.
Yeah. And she's a real champion on this issue. Right. So we asked her specifically, and she said the new term of art is persons with unique abilities.
Unique abilities. Okay.
So we can tweak the name, but that's what she said.
All right.
Okay, so that's consensus of council to move forward on that. Brett, do you have something to report on the youth council?
I mean, youth council, they're working. It's a smaller council than originally we had open because we lost some people through the summer. They are right now have some applications out there. There's some new people that are kind of showing up to the meetings with interest, which is great. And they're kind of doing what we were hoping is that we give them limited guidance and they kind of go off on their own and they're doing it. They're working together, putting stuff together. And what they're doing now is really working on programming for teens, different type of events. I think they are looking on December 2nd, I believe. They want to do a flag football tournament. So they're looking for people to sign up for that. They want to do some music. They want to do different things that teenagers like to do. But we also want to continue guiding them into understanding policy, learning about the government and things like that. But we want to get them off to the fun stuff first so that they get motivated, they're excited, they see something that they did and they achieved so that we can start adding more complex, more layers to them as they move forward. So, but yeah,
good.
I think they're all having fun.
Excellent.
Great.
You want to go on the golf cart age limit?
Yeah, I'll keep it short because I talked to Chad about this today. So in the new statute, there's allows now 16 years old to be able to drive a golf cart as long as you have a license. But there is something in it that says that as long as you have a license or a learner's permit. So I'm a little bit. I'm actually in support that a 15-year-old who has a learner's permit could drive a golf cart without a parent. I don't have any problems with that because of the stringent testing they have to actually go through to get the learner's permit. They learn the rules of the roads and they're driving a vehicle that goes very slow. It doesn't seem that it would be dangerous at all to allow that. However, we have to be consistent with the statute. I know Chad is going to work on that because there's what I feel is a little bit of gray area, whether it's saying that or it's saying that you have to be with an adult, and it's not 100% clear to me yet, so he's going to clarify that, but Chad said he's bringing it back anyways as an ordinance to us on December, so I just wanted to bring that up.
That's great.
I had that same question when I read it. To me, it read you could have just a learner's permit and not an adult.
Yes.
Is the way it seemed, but then I didn't know if our golf cart ordinance can be enforced above that, because ours is clearly more restrictive.
Well, we're gonna update our ordinance to match the new law. I think that the question is, do the requirements of Chapter 322 of the Florida statutes, which talks about learner's permit and those restrictions, if they carry over to Chapter 316 in the golf cart statute? And I think it's not perfectly clear, and that's the question that we're going to evaluate.
Yeah.
If I'm going to have unhappy permitted kids in my house when I ask this question, but if it turns out that the new law says, yes, with a permit you could drive a golf cart without an adult in the cart with you, do we, sorry Brett, have the authority to make our ordinance stricter and require the adult in the cart with them, or no?
Let me see.
I would like to know that.
Let me look at it. I will come back and tell you the limits, because again, we're in this world of the preemption under Chapter 316, and I need to see if we can do that. I can tell you, I looked at the legislative analysis on the bill, which is silent on the issue. So we'll look at it and bring it back. It just, I don't think that there was much discussion of it. I think it was, so we will look at it, we'll bring it back and see if, and it's not just having a parent, it's also driving at night is another, restriction with the learner's permit too. So there's a couple of them.
Thank you.
Let's jump over to, because I think we need to give a little bit more time, go to tab 22, the meeting schedule for next year. if my memory serves me correct, we're doing, Mr. Manager, we're doing the State of the Village on January 18th. So I think we need to move that January 17th meeting.
But isn't the January 17th meeting a Wednesday? That was the only one that looked like it was a Wednesday to me, which I was a little confused about.
Yeah, because this is something they used to do at the county is when there's a holiday,
you have to have 2 weeks.
To give you another day so that you don't have it the same day that you come back. You know, so
particularly that's what they're doing compounded holidays too. We got Christmas, New Year's, we've got Martin Luther King, so it's boom, 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 and so it gives us an extra day to get ready for the 17th.
Okay.
But based on the fact that we have the State of the Village on the 18th, could we consider moving that to the 23rd?
You talking the council meeting or the State of the Union?
No, the council meeting.
State of the council.
Yeah.
So, you know, we are the union. We're the union.
President Rasko?
Then where are we looking for February? That would be from...
You still got the 13th?
1, 2, that'd be 3 weeks. That'd be a quick turnaround. I'm afraid of keeping creating a whole entire roll effect. February is always the short month that has
right, but you understand you can't have
No, I clearly
difficult
understand.
to have these two events back to back.
No, I'm
Right.
clear. I'm just looking how that impacts our ability to prepare for February. It gives us a 3-week turnaround. It's gonna be relatively quick. I'm afraid though if we push February from the 12th and 19th that we begin to roll the whole year, which we don't want to do. We can accommodate that. Then I would suggest we would probably move, if it's good for you, the State of the Village to the 17th.
But that's the day after.
That'll be a Wednesday.
That would be a Wednesday. Okay, we can do that.
And then we would, what are we looking at? That would be then you're suggesting the 23rd of January?
Right.
Yeah,
we can accommodate for that.
Okay.
Yeah, the 17th is better for me too to be at that meeting. I have something on the 18th.
Okay. All right, let's do that. And again, I'm okay with you guys having, coming back to December to finalize this, if that's possible, because I'm sure everybody hasn't looked extensively through it. We should have in here the November 5th. That's election day. And then how does this work? The 12th is the next meeting. Would we need to move that meeting back?
Which month are you on?
I'm in November.
Oh, well, I'm not there. We can move it.
November 5th, it will be election day that next year. And then we're scheduling a November 12th meeting though.
When is this?
Yeah, because you got to do it in
We'd have the swearing in.
Probably are not going to get the results back until the 12th at the earliest. I mean, official results, obviously. I mean, you're going to hear them, but I mean, we get the elections results from
let's push it out a week.
I think that the 19th would work, and then maybe the swearing in on the 14th. Is it typically a swearing in on the Thursday?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think the 19th would work.
Okay.
On that.
Perfect.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah. When was Thanksgiving the 3rd or 4th Thursday of the month of November?
I think it's the.
Is it going to be the 21st or 28th for this year? Okay, so yeah, then I think that the 19th will work if as long as it's not the week of Thanksgiving.
Okay.
No, the 28th is Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So then that makes sense. The swearing in to be the 14th. Is that what we said, Chad?
Yeah, I mean, you guys can leave that open, but I recall we usually have it on
let's
that
pencil
Thursday.
that in.
Yeah, might as well.
And the budget hearings we can't confirm that until later on.
Yeah, those are just placeholders.
Now we have the July 30th, but that's June. Okay, June budget workshop. Okay, so the July 30th is usually difficult because a lot of people leave town. Okay, let's not spend any more time on it, but I'll ask you to please look at that carefully, and let's come back next month and finalize it. Is that all right with you?
You want me to present this again with your
Yes.
changes in December?
Yes. Yeah. And that way you guys also have a chance to.
Yeah, I want to make sure we run the cycle and make sure it fits into those times.
Yeah. Okay. I have a couple more items, but I'll take them really quick. 13C. I'd like us at this village to become like a premier force in using artificial intelligence in operations here, and so I throw that out to my colleagues up here. As you know, maybe this is something that we can look at as a goal for next year, but certainly anything that we can do to save money, that can streamline our operations, that can give us more information, provide better information to our residents. I think that this is something that we should undertake, and I'm asking here to instruct the manager to start thinking about this and come back to us in a reasonable period of time as to how that might happen, and give us the lay of the land of how we could use in our operations this tool, and hopefully that this tool can be a cost-saving measure, and that it could be something that makes more information, better information available to our residents in our operations.
There's certainly a lot of study going on around the world at all levels. We'd be foolish not to try to explore what the capabilities are, what the pitfalls are.
Do they have the one that replaces council members? Artificial intelligence up here. I think it's going to take over the world anyway.
We've always championed intelligence. This is just a different form. Right?
Just a quick observation. I think AI is a wonderful tool. I think it works well when you're well learned and you have you know what you want to use it for. So I think it's a great opportunity, as you very well said, if it's going to be used for operations and streamlining, written stuff, or I don't know how the manager sees the best way of using it, but I'm for it as long as we don't make it a substitutes everything that we do. I strongly believe in the human factor and everything. That one of the things that I feel it's unfortunate for the children today, they don't get a chance to read a lot of books. They use ChatGPT a lot, and I hope I don't really want to encourage that. I want to be able to use it strictly for, as you very well said, Mayor, for streamlining and making sure that operations are
okay.
Pumping out folks.
You can tell when somebody uses ChatGPT now.
You can tell, yeah.
When you read it.
Especially when it doesn't sound anything like them.
Yeah, but I think what the mayor is saying also is interesting, because a lot of the AI is being used for repetitive, mundane tasks that somebody's sitting there doing, and if there's a department that we have that may not be putting that extra focus on the level of service that they should be, because they're sitting there doing something that AI can do, and they're not being able to pay attention to that, since we're such a lean government and we run with very few people, I think it would be great. But the idea is not to make it so that, I have something doing something for me, so I can just do less. We can shift people to cover areas that we need, and we need that extra effort in those areas. So.
An illustration occurred to me at the workshop in October. We had such a full discussion about the methodologies that we were talking about tonight, and the assumptions and so forth, and remodeling. If a device was listening to our conversation, which was polyphonic, was a lot of contribution from all of us, and extracted what we said and summarized it could potentially serve as a template to make the next iteration, which was tonight, better organized.
And the same could apply to the workshop that we have with the condos and insurance. Having develop a template that would say, "Here's what was talked about." That would be great.
Or developing meeting minutes. That'd be great.
Okay. I have one more item, if you don't mind. Enforcement of e-bikes and scooters. I continue to get complaints. I know there isn't a silver bullet here, but we're not going to stop talking about this because we need to continue to press our residents to modify some of their behavior, and safety is the big thing here. And I can't sit here and not talk about this. And so, Mr. Chief, if you could, is there something else that you got to try, because we need to continue to push this? I'm all ears and be very supportive.
I feel we have done what we can do as an enforcement aspect of it, and we continue to do it on a daily basis. We're working with Chad and the county to try to get our interlocal agreement on Crandon. There's still a lot of confusion on what the law is.
Okay.
The complaints that you're getting, I get, and our residents don't seem to understand that scooters, if we take them off the sidewalk, the only option is put them on the road. That's it. They're not allowed legally in a bike lane. So I understand that's part of it. And then there's the e-bike component. We can start enforcing the e-bike component of a sidewalk, but it's very difficult for an officer to be able to prove it. Because if you watch, a perfect example, and I think I discussed this with you, is when they're coming back from Mast in the afternoon. They enter the village and they come on the sidewalk. Half the time they're not operating the bike or pedaling. If they pedal it, they're allowed to be on the sidewalk.
Right.
So it becomes difficult to enforce. We've been focusing on the equipment stuff. We're calling the parents. The parents have been receptive. We did host another educational session. I think we had 6 people show up. So we're doing it. My fear is, and I'm sure it's everyone's fear on this dais, is that Christmas is a couple weeks away, and whoever doesn't have one of these is probably going to get one.
I can bring up a couple things. So, sidewalk, obviously that's an issue. And I was driving down Crandon and I'm watching 3 of these kids on the sidewalk going down, and a mom literally like protecting her kids and having to move out of the way so that they can go through. I mean, it's dangerous. I mean, and these little kids are there, and these are heavy bikes coming through. Rules of the road, again, these are kids. I don't know how much you can tell them what the rules are. They're still kids. They're going to do whatever they care to do. They don't care. I mean, that's the way I was. That's just the way children are. They don't have that in the brain at that point. And, I was coming by the school and making a left from Ridgewood down to McIntyre right there. And a kid flying, going the wrong way on the road, fly right through both stop signs at full speed without even looking. Just right around that curve, a car could have been coming. Doesn't even care. Just flying right through, And I think he had headphones on, everything, helmet, but not strapped. Halloween was interesting. I mean, I was going down that area with all these little kids in a super crowded area, and these motorcycles weaving through all the people at night with no lights on. I mean, it was dangerous. I was surprised nobody got hit, and maybe they did. Not that I know of. We get emails, people saying, "Oh, this is a few people who don't follow the rules is ruining it for everybody." I'm sorry, it's the opposite. There are a few kids that follow the rules, but the majority are not following the rules, and the majority is ruining it for the very few that do follow the rules. And there are some kids that follow it, but it's not a majority following the rules and a few not. So I don't know what else to do. I mean, how much longer do we want to wait before we make a more drastic decision?
I think that when we were talking earlier about legislative priorities, this is fruit on that tree, and we just got to keep at it because, the state policy is inadequate to the purpose.
The only option that we do have is that we can ban in our streets, not Crandon, but in our streets. We do have that option, and everybody watching that keeps sending us emails about the great ideas of how about have a certification, how about have everybody licensed. We've looked at everything we could possibly look at. Our option is either nothing or ban for everybody. That's it. I mean, we don't have any option at this point unless the state allows us to have the option so that we can either have classes or registrations or limits of age or whatever it is. But right now, you can be 6 years old and get on a motorcycle and drive at 28 miles an hour legal.
With no lights and no helmet.
With no lights, no helmet, and I mean,
it's just an
headphones.
accident waiting to happen.
I've seen them on phones while they're driving at full speed. It's just it's bizarre that this is even allowed. But we're trying not to ban, but I don't know. Like
the threat, we've made the observation. I hope it's supported your efforts. That is a looming possibility.
Just one other point of clarification, because this is the one that's been coming up the most the last 2 weeks. They're allowed to ride to these devices. If you read the state statute, you have to weigh. It's a weight limit, and we're not equipped with a scale.
No.
So it's that part of the law is complicated. We have made several stops. I mean, I can get the number for you, but and we're calling the parents, and the parents. I agree, though. I think there's more infractions than followers.
But on top of it is that if you're going 28 miles an hour in our streets behind here where the houses are, you're speeding. It's a 20 mile per hour speed limit. But are you guys sitting there with the radar guns with little motorcycles that have children around? I mean, we're not
they
doing
count
that.
as bicycles. Can a bicycle go 28 miles an hour on the residential streets?
They have
If you were
bicycles
like
have to
Lance
follow
Armstrong?
the posted speed limit.
Okay.
To Councilmember Moss's point, it requires radar.
Yeah, and we don't have the personnel, the resources to do that all over the island. And in the end, you're weighing if there's a need for this or if this is just a cool thing to have. Because a bicycle more or less does the exact same thing that these do, but much safer. Mm-hmm. Yes, you get to your soccer game or your basketball game or the park or wherever you're going
45 seconds later.
Yeah, and a minute or two later. But the risk of your life and somebody crashing is much lower. And, if you told me that they have to go 10 miles and this is reducing traffic and doing it, there might be an argument here, but I'm trying to find this argument other than it's just a really cool toy. And by the way, I would love to have one if I was that age. But it doesn't mean it's the right thing to have at certain age groups that don't understand laws and don't understand consequences and things like that. And that's why you have a 16 years to get a license to drive a car.
So I guess, and I agree 100% with what you're saying. My concern is, what are we waiting for? I mean, nobody wants to remove a right from somebody to do something that they enjoy, but when that enjoyment is at the risk and at the peril of others or even to themselves, what are we waiting for? Are we waiting for an accident to happen? Are we waiting for a, tragic accident to happen for us to finally make a decision?
But here's the thing: we can't legislate them off of the sidewalks, okay? And if we legislate them on our 20 mile per hour local roads, that's not where the real problem is. Okay, the real problem is that intersection of bike and pedestrians, which typically happens in the sidewalk, right?
To the mayor's defense, you can make a policy decision within the village on village roadways, but it doesn't eliminate.
Crandon.
In my opinion, the majority of our issues are on Crandon and on the sidewalk.
I don't know. I live in the areas in the back, and it's crazy back there.
I'm not saying it doesn't occur in the residential areas. It does, and I saw some of the things you saw Halloween when I was out there. I stopped 2 of them on Halloween. But to be to be clear, yes, it does happen. You have the ability to make a policy decision within the village parameters, but Crandon is county, so. And that's what we've been, the manager, Chad and I, we've met with the county. Chad's had some follow-up conversations. And to Vice Mayor Kaplan's point, hopefully in the legislative session, we're able to make some leeway and headway into getting something done.
But here's
That's what I would say to the answer to your question. What are we waiting for? For me, I was waiting and hoping that we were going to be able to have some sort of change in Tallahassee that gave us teeth to do any one, if not more, of these really sensible solutions that everyone sits at home and scratches their head and wonders why we haven't done yet. Like saying you have to be 16 or you have to have a permit or you know, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen. So maybe we're done waiting.
Maybe we don't have the perfect solution, but we have something that we can at least control to an extent, and at least we can all sleep at night better, and help folks. I mean, they can get in Crandon. I don't know the county policy. Are you sure you can have bicycles on sidewalks?
That's a state law.
It's a state law. Okay, motorcycles.
You're allowed to be on the bicycles so long as on the sidewalk, so long as you're not using the motor.
But
if you're human power, then it's
right.
Unless you never know if you're using it, because when you pedal, you're using the power, right? It powers as you're pedaling.
Yeah, let's just hypothetically assume that.
Power.
Yeah,
power is accepted.
Let's just say we just ban them out of the streets. That's the best thing that we can do right now, to the best of our capacities, to the limits that we can actually legislate. Would that help reduce the risk? We're talking about risk reduction right now.
I think I can't answer that for you, Councilmember. I think it's a policy decision that would have to be taken by this body here.
Of course.
I can tell you, and I think the mayor, because he's been on several of these emails that the manager and I have received, I think that if you're gonna go down that road and make that policy recommendation, I think we're gonna have several meetings because the parents haven't shown up the way we would want. I think once that word gets out, we're gonna have a lot of parents.
Well, maybe that would be a good thing to have them here.
How many people showed up to the Scoot Safe, your last one?
6.
There we go.
I mean, let's just control the risk to the extent that we actually can.
We will do whatever you guys
I do want to add, and I know I've mentioned this before, and it's not that I am pushing for these things by any means. My kids don't have them. I think that it's super dangerous when I see these very small kids on it. But Brett was saying that he is looking for any positive impact they've had. And I do think that we cannot discount the positive impact it's had with the kids who ride it to and from Mast. And they tend to be sort of middle schoolers, 9th graders. Maybe some of the 6th graders are still young and immature, but I go that way daily, and I don't see as much risky behavior from them as I do the much younger kids when I see them around the Village Green, around the K-8 Center. And it is, if you count the number of bikes there and think that they at least come home 2 to a bike, it's easily done away with 1 school bus, maybe more. And if you translate into those kids aren't on the bus, they were in mom's car. I definitely think they have had a positive impact on traffic with respect to mass drop-off and pickup.
Undoubtedly, it has.
Not to mention, we talk constantly about mental health of this age group, and I feel bad that I won't buy one for my kid because I know riding your bike of any sort across the Bear Cut Bridge on your way home from school is good for anyone's mental health. So the idea that these kids are out there, even if they're not pedaling the whole way, they're getting fresh air, they're decompressing. So is there some positive that we're getting out of them? That would be what I say is the mass commute.
But that would be the county road.
Yeah, but they have to get there.
Yeah.
I mean, you're saying only people that live in a building on Crandon can ride their bike to Mass.
Tough issue.
Or they're motorized.
I understand. It's a very tough issue.
And in Dr. Coleman's defense, you know, the manager and I worked. We got our officers in the school 2 weeks ago, and they taught several children on the
safety courses?
Yeah.
Okay, to be continued. Mr. Manager, anything pressing before we close out?
What I'd like to do, if you don't mind, and I'll give them the 3-minute limit. Our folks put together a couple things, so I'd like to bring them up. First, I'd like to bring up Chief Lang to just give us a quick update what might be happening over the next day and a half. We expect a lot of rain coming in, so if you could give us an update on that, and then I'll have 2 other folks come up after that for no greater than 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. Congratulations, Madam Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Just briefly, the National Weather Service, we've been in touch with them, and there's a list of warnings out for Miami-Dade County and the Key Biscayne area that primarily is flooding. A flood advisory is in effect until 10 a.m. on Thursday. So the worst case scenario is we're expected to get 6 to 8 inches of rain.
How much?
6 to 8 inches of rain, but is expected to be 2 to 4 is the most likely risk. I've already been in touch with the police chief. We've talked to the manager's office. We've already alerted Avins. I will also note, minor detail, not very minor actually, it's king tides. High tide tomorrow is about 10 o'clock. High tide on Thursday is about 11 o'clock. We've been in touch with a couple of the schools already. We just want to make sure we address what we've already been talking about, which is communicating with our residents that you know there may be a problem with rain, and you've already heard a lot about that. So if you have any questions,
Starting tomorrow?
yeah, it's starting tomorrow. One of the models I saw had by 10 a.m. that we could have about 2 inches of rain. Manager and I were talking, and it should be getting a little bit worse later in the day, but I think it's 90% chance was the last update I got of rain tomorrow, 70% chance on Thursday. And by the way, forecasters are always wrong, so I'm not a forecaster, and I may be wrong.
I think it already started. I looked outside. It looked like it was already raining.
Start raining tonight.
Again, congratulations on the department's 30-year anniversary, which is a great event. And this community has been so much improved by having this great service that we have. So keep up the good work, and luckily you won't be around 30 more, but
Hopefully.
He'll be here. He'll just be an elder statesman.
You guys just received your accreditation too, right?
We have, yes, and that's another thing I wanted to mention as well. And not only 30 years, but the 6th time that they've been accredited. So that's an amazing feat by his team.
All right. Perfect.
That's a tribute to the men and women and the vision that you and other leaders had. So thank you for that support, and thank you to my personnel.
And we'd like to end this thing with all good news. So now,
Okay, good.
after him, we'd like to bring up Colleen to talk about 2 good news projects, Crandon Boulevard and the immediate flood control mitigation projects that we're working on. 3 minutes or less. She can do it.
Good evening, this will be fast. We've completed C and E, which are the southern sections for the immediate flood control. That included 32 catch basins and about 1.25 miles of roads that were repaved. So far, very smooth. And we've already started on A and B, which are the north sections. Includes McIntyre, Heather, Redwood, Palmwood, Allendale, Ridgewood, Woodcrest, and Glen Ridge. So those northern sections are getting repaved. It's about 1.4 miles of roadway and 47 catch basins that are going to be recurbed. So hopefully we'll have less debris clogging up our catch basins going forward. As far as Crandon and Harbor goes, we are almost done. We're estimated to be complete in December, by the end of December. Right now we're connecting the pedestrian crosswalk push buttons. They have already put down the full foundation, and they're trenching and doing directional boring to run the conduit under Harbor. And once they do that, they're going to close it up and finish some sidewalk work, and then finish the paving, and finally put the green bike lanes down for that section. So those are the 2 updates, and obviously anything related to CIP grants funding, feel free to reach out, and we can talk more about that.
Thank you for all your work. You guys are doing great.
Thanks.
Seriously.
It's a team effort.
Thank you very much. Great work.
And I did not plan it this way, But the last one we're going to do is Roland. He's going to give us an update on the Resilient Infrastructure Program.
No.
He is going to be held in 3 minutes.
No.
Mr. Mayor, put him on the clock.
No.
Put him on the clock, and let's see if he can do it. But one of the things I do want to do.
Wait a minute. Before you do that,
no, he jinxed us by saying that we'd be done by 9. That was the big jinx.
Never ever do that. Rookie mistake.
Your chief of staff is leaving. We'd like to recognize her for the great job that she's done, and so we appreciate that you've got a great opportunity to go somewhere else. But we will miss you, and we thank you for your service here. Key Biscayne. Okay.
I was going to save that for last, but
no.
We're going to put Roland.
No, because this ain't going to happen here.
No. You're going to turn the clock on. But no, I do want to say we do have a farewell party for her tomorrow night, 4:30 at Venia. So if you'd like to come, we're going to wish her farewell tomorrow night. So please, if you can make it, please come by so we can do it in a little more relaxed environment.
Proud of the road flooding permission.
Well, we'll still be there. We'll still be there anyway. We'll just be adding a little more, high water vehicles. Put the clock on, Mr. Mayor. He's done in 3 minutes. Let's go, Roland.
All right, so
hit the wave tops.
For shoreline protection, federal cost share agreement between the county and the Corps was signed, approved by the BCC. That's moving forward. The Back Bay feasibility study kickoff is meant to happen by the end of November, beginning of December. So be on the lookout for that. Our interlocal agreement is due to be signed, approved by BCC, I think in December. The beach nourishment is moving forward. That's going to be in March, April timeframe. It's going to be a truck haul. It's going to be 17,000 cubic yards. It's going to be about 6 weeks to finish. And all the condos on the beach have been notified that it's happening. Stormwater system upgrade. AECOM's proceeding with additional modeling. Like we talked earlier, it's going to ripple through to cost. All that's going to be brought before you December 20th in a workshop, and then to the public at some public meeting probably after the 1st, 2nd, 3rd of January, but before January 17th. Utility hardening. Back to AECOM for a second. They're also moving out with the utility survey in Zone 1, so a lot of markings on the streets are going to be showing up. Public's been notified about that. Bathymetric surveying is happening in Hurricane Cove in the outfall areas. Roadway improvements Colleen touched on. A and B's getting started with the concrete work, and then after they're done with the concrete work, they'll start repaving. FPL's done their design for Zone 1. Comcast has done their preliminary design for undergrounding for Zone 1, and AT&T should be done by December, end of December. And Jeremy and myself are actively working on easements at 430 West Matheson, which exists, but we want to improve. 640 Sunset Circle and 645 Sunset Circle, which we have, but we want to improve. 630 Harbor Circle, which we don't have, but we're speaking with the owner about that. 740 also Harbor Drive, we don't have, but they're willing to offer us one. That'll pair with the easement that we have for Outfall 11. And also on the table is Key Biscayne Yacht Club, St. Agnes Presbyterian, and Harbor Plaza. See, less than 3 minutes.
All right. You got one more?
No, I just wanted to say, and we had a lot of discussion tonight about some very complex things, but I just wanted to, commend the staff and let the community know that good work just keeps moving on, and we're working hard for this community.
Great. Thank you. One more thing, Thanksgiving related, as part of our membership in the Miami-Dade County League of Cities, we have the opportunity to receive through a program that they have, and I'm on the board of directors, and we can give some free turkeys away. So if people in need that may need that here, let me know. We have the ability to provide this for our constituencies, or if not our constituency, someone that's connected to Key Biscayne, that would be great. And let me know if you know of those people that may be in need, or organization that can help us fulfill that situation.
I may have a turkey to give away.
So what?
I may have a turkey to give away.
Okay.
You're not cooking yours?
No, somebody had an extra one and gave it to me. So
There you go.
All right. Anything for the good of the order?
On the topic of Thanksgiving, we will hold our annual Thanksgiving luncheon on Tuesday, the 21st at 11:30. It starts. Not only is it an opportunity for us to share a meal with our staff, but it's also what we do every single year. We commend them for what they've done, recognize for the hard work they've done. So please, if you can make it, please be there. I know the staff would appreciate it.
Okay. Anything for the good of the order? Seeing none, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion to adjourn is seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.
Good night, kids.
Aye.